Hello everyone and welcome at UzChess Cup 2025. This is round 8. We do have final rounds to go, and we also have a sole leader in all the sections. I'm Kathy and this is Ashasat, and we're going to take you today through the games. Let's now start at the standings and check it out. Who is the leader?
So let's have a look at Masters Group. We have a sole leader, Abdusattor Nodirbek with 5 points out of 7, followed by Arjun and Sindar Javohar with 4.5 points. That's a quite close point between the first and third place. And we can see Mahsudlu Parham with 4 points at the fourth place. And in the middle of the table, we have Yakuboyev Nodirbek and Pragnananda.
That's right. This is the standings of the Masters, and today we do have very interesting battles. We're going to talk about that later, but let's now go forward to check out who is the leader in the Challengers. And here we have Nicolas Theodorou, actually been the leader for some time in this event. He has 5.5 point ahead of Mamadinov Muhittin, who has 4.5 points, and then we have two players, Hong Andrew and Sivok Vitali, with 4 points. The legend of chess, Vasily Ivanchuk, stands with 3.5 points. The previous game, he managed to survive in the end game with 2 points only against Rook. It was a beautiful moment that we witnessed. We're hopefully seeing him today as well. Let's now take a look at the third event we are covering, and this is the futures.
So on futures, we have local Nigmat Fortek leading with 4.5 points. Oh, interesting thing is, I think he had 4.5 points yesterday as well. It seems like he had defeat yesterday, but he's still holding the lead with 4.5 points out of 7, followed by 3 players, Chatalbayev Boris, Atabayev Sapar Mirat, and Alexeyev Yevgeny. And in the middle, we have 2 players, Abdumalik Abdusalimov and Saikev Kiementi.
Yeah. So here's the standing what we have, and it's now time to take a look in the playing venue. Check how the players are starting the first moves. We do have handshake. We do have also several boards started. Some players are getting ready. We are missing also some of them. So today's pairings are very interesting. On the first board, we do have 2 Indians battling it out. Pragnananda against Arjun Erigaisi. The second board, we do have Aravin against Richard, and Aravin is the one who is waiting for his opponents to arrive. The third board, we do have the battle of 2 local players, Nodirbek Yakubov against Sindarov Javohir. Very interesting matchup. Then we have Mahsudlu Parham against Vahidov Shamsidin. And then the final match of today is Jan Nepomniachtchi facing the leader of the event, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. We do have this picture right now on the screen, Abdusattorov and Jan Nepomniachtchi. They have made a couple of moves already. We can take a look at this, and it seems like everyone is in a mood of fight. Last 2 rounds to go. You cannot afford to lose any point here. Everyone has to be super careful.
Exactly. And I was just kind of paying attention. Richard Rapper came to the venue, and I'm like, did he wear his hoodie today as well?
Lucky hoodie.
Lucky hoodie.
Lucky hoodie.
So,
wearing, yes.
Looking from far, it seems yes, yeah.
Yes, that's the hoodie that Richard. It brings a luck to little
Yes,
Richard.
and yeah, it's you coined one term yesterday. It's like Richard Hood.
Richard Hood, yeah.
Richard Hood. So we're gonna see some majestic game maybe today from Richard Hood as well. Yeah.
That's right. We do have Vasily Ivanchuk walking towards his board. We have Sindrov observing the game of Pragg and Arjun. So far, the things are just as used to be. But there is one difference. The players have to catch up Nodirbek Abdusatrov if they want to win this event. And the closest to that mission is Yanni Pomnishi, as he is playing against Nodirbek with white pieces. Let's bring up maybe the board on the screen so we can check out the first moves and the opening.
Okay, they already made a couple of moves on the board. So let's have a look from the beginning. And they had e4, e5, knight f3, knight e6, bishop b5, a6, Spanish Ruy Lopez variation. Knight f6, castle, bishop to c5. Both players are playing relatively fast. c3, castle, d4, bishop to a7, and rook to e1, pawn to d6, pawn to h3, pawn to b5. They are still following main line. Yeah. And no one is looking at the board. Look at that.
Yeah, and we learned that when the players are looking on the sides and it's their time to move, though these players are just remembering the lines. So this is the way how they are proceeding. And also it is sometimes a little bit more tough to settle down at the beginning, but in after 10-15 minutes, we're gonna have everyone fully focused and in their lines. At this point, they can still make some changes. They can still choose the directions of the game. We can see that Nodirbek plays faster. He has 3 minutes extra time on the clock because he had played on increment, and Yanni Pomnishi is now taking his time, and now he is thinking what to play, because knight to b2 and knight f1, this type of ideas, the typical ideas here is at this moment blocked because the pawn on d4 will hang. So if you want to do that, you can either do it with bishop to e3 first or to d5 to kick the knight. So plenty of choices here for black. There's also a4 move that we have seen in this opening, and we might have very interesting setup. I want to just quickly thank to the organizers who gave me this traditional dress or outfit or wear that I'm wearing. It is very beautiful, and when I arrived here, I got several gifts in my room, and one of these gifts was this traditional dress or wear. You might
we call it Atlas, Adras, and it's quite
it's very beautiful, and yeah, I wanted to just respect the culture and just wear it. It's very nice. I feel very, very good in it, and yeah, just to say about a few words about the hospitality here. I am amazed. It's beyond amazing what is happening here. People are very friendly. They are very happy that these players came all around the world to come here to compete, and yeah, everything seems to be just amazing. And also the weather is on our side today. I see it is 31 degrees Celsius.
It's a lot more cooler compared to the previous days.
When we had 40 degrees. So things are just perfect to see the best final of the UzChess Cup 2025. And while we were talking, we also received two more moves. Yanni Pomnishi decided to play bishop to e3, and Abdusatrov decided to trade the pawns. Usually you don't do that unless you strike back in the center right away. That can happen with rook to e8 to go after e4 pawn, or you can also do that with d5. There's a third move that black can consider here, to play knight to b4 to go after c2 bishop and the pawn in this way.
Yes, this variation would be looking quite interesting, because now white has a smart way of defending that pawn, but he has to let go of his bishop with knight bd2, and of course black would manage. Oh, we do see those moves on the board.
We do have these words on the board. It is now time to take the bishop on c2. Otherwise, if the bishop gets on b1, then after a3, white can save the light square bishop, which will be quite a power here. So it is now black's turn to take knight to c2, which will be followed by queen to c2. And then at that point, black will have several options to make.
So far, the game is still within both players' preparation, I would say, considering Abdusattor's fast moves and having over 1 hour and 30 minutes. It seems like he knows what he's doing.
I agree with that. We can, meanwhile, move forward and check out how the games are proceeding in the other matches. And here we have Pragg and Arjun Erigaisi on the second board.
So Pragg versus Arjun Erigaisi. Pragg played a relatively fast move, and Arjun Erigaisi has stalled for 6 minutes so far. And we can see the media taking,
Yeah, tell us how big is chess here as you're local, and probably last few years it has been booming here after the Olympiad.
After the 2022 Olympiad, we have like a couple of millions of dollars, I would say, investment in chess. And we held already the first super tournament last year, UzChess Cup, and then we are holding it the second time. And besides that, there were kind of several Grand Prix, and on September there is another one coming up that will be in Samarkand.
Grand Swiss will be in Samarkand with all the players, and then we're gonna have the biggest chess event in the calendar that happens only twice a year. The Olympiad will come here in the country, and such a great warm up of the Olympiad to have an event like this.
Yes. So yeah, and the thing is, Uzbekistan didn't stop after winning the Olympiad. Usually the countries go up, and there is a way you go up, there is a way you go down. But Uzbekistan is so far maintaining the stability in their games, maintaining the top 3 places. Even in 2024 Olympiads, they ended up getting in the top 3 place with a bronze medal. And the previous year they played in team championship, in Israel, if I'm not mistaken. So they ended up getting second place as well.
Yeah, indeed, there are names from Uzbekistan such as Abdusattorov, Sindrov, and Yakuboev, and many more that everybody in the chess world knows. They're quite young, and this is just the beginning, as many of the events are coming in the country. It is quite exciting to see people being so well treated here in this event.
As we're looking at Pragg's and Arjun's game, actually, yesterday I was watching a stream of chess.com as well. They had a bullet chess championship, and Arjun Erigaisi was playing in the championship.
Yes, they do this often. They played a tournament and they played another tournament. So how did it go for him?
In quarterfinals, I mean, he beat, but he was playing against Samuel. Yeah, I forgot his name.
From US?
Yes, from US.
Yeah.
And he was kind of down 5-3, but I didn't watch till the end. Yeah, it was quite late already. But yeah, these players maintaining classical game and sacrificing sleep or bullet games even, and coming to the next day with full of energy to another serious game. And right now, Arjun Erigaisi is just half a point behind from leader Abdusattor Nodirbek, and he has quite a good chances in this tournament.
Yeah, I agree with that. He has the best chances to catch up the sole leader Abdusattorov. We do have few moves here. So the game started in English opening 1c4, and Arjun went for g6 at the beginning. Pragg said, okay, you don't control the center, I'm gonna do it. And then Arjun said, like, okay, then I'm gonna also do it and play d5. And we have then d4 after knight to c6, and this position transposed to some kind of paired defense. But then we have f5.
Wow, it's quite nice, yeah. And considering Pragg is playing really fast, does he know this opening, or is he familiar with this structure and everything, like placing his pieces? He's not thinking that much.
Pragg is not thinking that much, but also f5 is the move that is not quite often
Yes.
played in the online database. I don't even see any games. Probably we do have in a chess database. But after f5, white was striking the center, obviously. And when pawn take, bishop take, now knight g3, white wants to take this bishop on the best terms, because then queen h5 will also will jump with the check. And Arjun is taking his time now how to proceed. He has queen to e7 move to give a check. He also can just withdraw the
retreat.
bishop back on e6. This is another option. And then he can also just ignore this and play knight g to e7. And in case of trade, you can take the knight on knight takes a5, and your knights will control d4, e5 square together with the bishop. So this is another option you can play.
Okay, Arjun is going for safe bishop e6. Yeah. Going just back. I wonder his plan is just kind of getting his king to the long castle, you know?
That's a very nice idea. Maybe we can take a look. After bishop to e2, which Pragg just played, black can go queen d7.
And when short castle, it's like long castle you respond with.
Yeah, after short castle, you do a long castle.
And you're about to make h5, h4. Although structurally, white is kind of didn't touch any pawns, so he's not getting any strike soon. But anyways, there is h5 move. Let's say if you're developing, there isn't that much too much development done. h5, you're trying to hit to h4.
Instead of bishop e3, the best move there is bishop
maybe g5, yeah.
Winning some time there, and also much better square for the bishop to control the king side as well, which will be followed by knight to d5. Kind of move, or you can
probably
also
he moves away, knight to d5.
Queen
knight
a4.
to d5 a little bit leaves the bishop.
Queen a4
Queen
is
going to a4, yeah. Basically, the idea is maybe you protect that. Okay, it's a little bit exposed that I don't like, you know. But I was thinking maybe if you just protect that knight, or if you move it away, maybe d5, let's say you have those b4, b5 move hitting that.
You can also bring bishop to f3 to hit the knight. So it is very interesting position, and this game, both sides have their own ideas. Black can also just start to push the pawns on the king side.
Yeah, maybe even rook here and c5 is also possible. There are several ideas on the...
this is one way to treat this position, but black can also just castle on the short side.
Yes.
We will wait, of course, Arjun's decision here, how he will decide, and that can start with knight to f6. After bishop e2, he can go knight to f6.
Just knight to f6 and go for short castle.
Castle. There can be something like bishop to g5 to pin the knight.
But the rook is already protecting, so queen has freedom to move away.
Yeah. And yeah, that can be another type of position that we might have.
Yeah. Both players have quite steady position, but I'm actually hoping that we're gonna see a short and long castle, you know, double-edged game, a bit more wild, because on the other way it looks like comparatively chill, you know, smooth. But on that, if short castle happens, Pragg would have, I would say, better chances because of piece placement and some space advantage as well. Maybe I am thinking of getting that knight to d5 somehow, and getting that e6 square, remaneuvering. Maybe the first thing is maybe I want to bring that rook in as well.
Yeah, well, the situation is following that Arjun is at the second position right now. Obviously, he wants to win and take over after Vachier-Lagrave, but also Pragg has 3.5 points, and he also wants to end this tournament in a positive score. So, and knowing both of the players, they like to fight, and they are not making any decisions that can lead us to the equal or draw positions. Let's move now to the third board and check out how Nodirbek, Yakubov, and Sindarov Vachier is doing.
Okay, so it looks like we have seen Queen's Gambit again declined. Well, let's
Accepted.
see. accepted, declined, I guess, still. Yeah,
First decline, then accepted.
yeah,
I
then
guess.
accepted. Yes, we have seen that pawn on c4, d takes
Yeah,
c4.
yeah.
But in Queen's Gambit accepted, you take that c4 pawn very soon, isn't
Second
it?
move, yeah.
Yes. Take knight d7, queen c2, and then take. I see. So e4, knight to b6, bishop to e3, bishop to d7, bishop to e2, bishop to b4. Although computer is favoring slightly for white, I don't see Sindarov in his chair. I look at his time and I feel like he knows what he's doing, you know? He's managing things, and considering his time control, he is within his preparation. That's what he prepared. Yes.
Yeah, what we have seen so far is when Sindarov is at the chessboard, he might have some struggles, but whenever he's walking a lot, it means that he has quite comfortable position, he has home preparation, and this is just the observation of these 7 rounds that we had earlier. Yeah, this is obviously very interesting position. Let's see what happens after a short castle. Is Black going to take the knight on e4, or why this bishop b4 has been played?
So let's explore that variation, because after take, with white, you cannot take queen to c3 because you're dropping a pawn on e4. So you're likely to take with that pawn. And there is an immediate bishop c6 hitting that pawn, or you can dislocate this coordinate that queen on the board with hitting bishop a4, because now the queen has to look after the pawn. The only square she can go to would be queen to b1, after which bishop c6 could happen.
Yeah, the attack the pawn, obviously you don't want to give up the strong center and play e5, because it the structure is not anymore moving. You have a lot of moves going after a c3 pawn. Instead of that, white can play knight to d2, and now the line can continue with knight to a4, hitting the pawn on c3, and when queen goes back on c2,
b5,
then you have b5, and you have again a lot of advantage on the queen side with Black, and for white the pawns are very, very nicely structured in the center.
Yeah. So yeah, there is already 20-minute difference on the clock, with Yakubov Nodirbek thinking and having 1 hour and 12 minutes on the clock, while Sindarov has over 1 hour and 32 minutes.
Yeah, very interesting. A lot of times the time situation tells us who is in a home preparation and who is surprised. But we will see how much Yakubov will drop his time on the clock. Meanwhile, we have to go to the next board, and here we have Parham Maksudlu against Vachier-Lagrave.
Vachier-Lagrave.
Yes. Very interesting decision by Parham to play g3, 3, then a3. I wonder what was the opening.
No, it looks like it's an English opening, you know, pawn is on c4, pawn is on e5. Yeah, but let's see what kind of line of that English opening it is, because it doesn't look to me quite familiar. But I see bishop b a3 is done and knight d5 is done. Usually you do that in bishop b4 system, but let's have a look. c4, knight f6, knight c3, e5. So we transformed and we have knight f3, knight to c6, g3, bishop going to b4. That's quite a natural line for kind of Shamsuddin Vachier. Actually, I'm an English opening player as well, and at my home preparation against him, I exactly reversed this line. Yeah, maybe like, I don't know, 7 years ago or 8 years ago. Yes.
Wow.
So this looks like quite, but usually I don't develop knight on f3 too early. It was g3, bishop g2, yeah, and then knight going to d5. And we have seen knight to d5 by Parham as well. So bishop to c5, e3, quite nice, quite natural, but usually knight being on g1, you kind of develop the knight on e2. But knight on f3 doesn't look to me natural yet, but his idea may be taken going to d4, I'm not sure. So we have seen castle, but a3, okay, that's interesting. And we have seen e4 move. Yeah, this is something not theoretical, I would say. Are they out of theory, or do we have like that kind of move in the opening?
The theory, yeah, it's hard to say because I have access only online database. So I don't have any games in here, but it's actually a very interesting decision from both sides. White allowed e4 to happen, right? White could just control this pawn, could play anything here to stop e4 happening, but he did not. He invited the pawn e4. And the question is, what's the idea behind this?
So e4 itself weakens the pawn, you know? Maybe white would
You don't want to play knight g1, obviously, so you go knight to
g5 after the pawn. But there is rook e8, so you go bishop g2 still after the pawn,
And what do you play knight f6,
Yes, first knight f6 and then you taking. But at the same time, knight on g5 itself is exposed, you know? Once knight takes d5 happens, the queen is hitting the knight.
And in that case, white has this nice move, knight to e4,
it's a good
counter
news.
attack the bishop, and now both pieces, bishop and knight, are hanging.
Yes, and the good news is,
Oh, and in case of rook to e4, if you take this rook back, then knight will go back, and black has two pieces for the rook and very nice position. But instead of taking rook, you just take the knight, keeping the eye on rook again, and now the knight on c6 is also hanging, so you're getting back the piece and keeping the advantage.
Or black can immediately take, knight takes d5, on which we can see knight takes e4, and he can go and hit with knight takes e3, which is kind of, he lost the pawn, but he's getting it back this way, and after take, saving the bishop, with bishop b6, I'm not sure that does c5 work.
Let's show.
Let's have a look. Bishop b6, c5. If you move away, b4, pretty much your bishop is in a cage. However, I guess black has a time to counterattack this knight, and especially with pushing pawn to d5, because now if you take the bishop, black is threatening, I'm going to take the knight.
So this e4 actually forces the variation now that white has to go knight to g5. If white goes back to knight g1, that would be
just too passive,
very unpleasant situation for white. Black can start with a5 to stop b4 happening. And then d6, bishop will be developed on g4.
And d3 square looks weak, f3 looks weak, and knight probably getting to that e5 square, hitting c6.
The other move the knight can go is knight to h4, but also this knight seems to be a little bit outsider.
Okay.
Something like d6 can stop this knight jumping on f5 too.
But in the meantime, knight on f5 is not threatening anything. You know, black can just make any other moves, just developing moves, even rook e8, and knight on f5 coming early, and it's not pointing much. It's not threatening anything. So even after d6, you just go back to your spot. So here black is not in a rush to even kind of take care of that f5 square, because from f5 knight is not going anywhere.
But it's very natural to play d6 as well, to develop the bishop on g4 and just there's another move a5. So white might want to play b4 and bishop to b2. So a5 makes a lot of sense here as well. Let's now check another game that we have not seen, and this is Aravin against. We have seen Aravin against.
No, we haven't seen. We haven't seen yet.
Let's take a look.
So let's have a look at the game of Aravin against Richard Rapport, and both of the players on the board. By their face, by Rapport's face, does he look a bit bored or what? I don't know. He's like kind of chilling or?
No, this is Richard. Like he just likes to be. I think he's very comfortable. Let's have a full screen of this video. In my opinion, he's very comfortable now. He has his hoodie. He sips water or tea as a cup. Yeah, it's look at him. He's in some variations, calculating.
The thing is, it was the opening of Sicilian, but it's the same side castle, short castles, you see, both side. So Aravin decided to go in a more steady positional way. Wow.
Yeah, I wonder how much his home preparation and the choices of Farah have been affected by yesterday's result, because he had this painful lose. We have seen him sitting at the venue for a long time. Well, they are super grandmasters and they know how to get over the painful losses, but it's still they are humans.
Yes.
And it's not so easy to get over. Hopefully he's fine now, and he's ready to play last 2 rounds, as the tournament is still in progress. And yeah, he's taking a walk now.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a look back to the opening. How did we reach, and where was exactly that short castle? So e4, c5, knight f3, e6, Sicilian Najdorf we have, bishop d3, bishop to c5, knight to b3, bishop to a7, queen to e2, knight to c6, bishop to e3, pawn d6, and knight going to b d2, as if white is hinting that he will long castle, because he just developed in the last 2 moves his pieces on the queen side. But after knight f6, Aravin just decided to go safe and steady to the short castle, deflecting any black's attacks with b5, a5, a4, or rook c8, yeah, any advances on the queen side. So bishop takes e3, queen takes e3, castle, and rook fd1. So Aravin's plan is simple. He is going after this pawn on d6. Probably his next move would be getting the bishop to safety. He just made a square for bishop and going for knight c4 against that d6 pawn. If b5, he's meeting that b5 with pawn a4.
Yep, they both decided. Maybe the decision of Aravin is purely against Richard Droppard, because Richard is quite creative player, and if you give him a chance, everybody
He will
knows
take
what
it.
might happen.
Yes.
So very often you just play a very strategical game and just calm down a position, slow down a position, and then you try your best to win in that kind of systems. Yeah, this game seems to be quite at this point, but it is Sicilian. It can be interesting later on. We do have a few more moves in the game of Nepomniachtchi against Sattarov. Let's take a look at that.
So yeah, we have seen quite an exchanges, and after knight b4 takes. Yeah. So immediately, yes, knight to b4, knight bd2, takes, queen to d7, pawn to d5, trading off that black's bishop pair, and rook to c8, last move. Yeah, white has quite a nice space advantage, and black's bishop on b7 doesn't seem that active yet. And if you want to push that c5 pawn, I wonder why rook c8 is played. Do you want to push that c pawn? Do you want to get that c6?
Another thing is maybe he felt that c7 needs some protection.
Yeah, against rook c1,
Yeah.
this. Because if you are going with c pawn, you're weakening your d pawn. Let's say if you're playing that c6 move, after take, your d6 becomes isolated pawn. Although that b7 on bishop will be in the game, and that would be hitting that e4 pawn. Yeah. So there are some motifs as well. And Abdusattorov is not on his chain, and we have seen knight to d4 on the board.
Knight to d4, stopping c6. Because if you don't stop c6, let's say you play rook to e1 instead of that, with white.
Oh, he just
plays
go
anyways.
c6. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Because he knows that knight is on d4 is dangerous. It's heading to f5 as well. So, and then knight f5, rook g3. It's not a nice game you want to play with black. Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look what
Being
happens
under attack.
after trade on c6. What is the idea of Nodirbek? He didn't even thought any
Yes,
moment.
He's still, I would say, in his home preparation. After takes, he is intending to take just with bishop. And after knight takes, it's just queen takes is coming. Even rook takes, I would say doubling up the rook is possible and then getting onto the c2. Yeah.
Yeah, well, black has created this weakness on d6 square, but getting really strong counterplay on c file, which is very important in the in this kind of positions, and also itself d6 pawn is not under attack.
Yes.
So white has to relocate the pieces on d file to attack the pawn on d6, and that will take plenty of time. And on the other hand, white also has this pawn on e4 that black can target himself, something like queen e6.
Queen e7.
Look to see, yeah, queen e7 also a possibility. So yeah, black is okay to have this pawn because it just gets rid of the active pieces that white has.
Yes.
And then c7, c file is very important that black is controlling.
So we have seen d takes c6 and bishop c6. But the question is, should white even take the bishop on c6? Because that d4 knight can reach to f5 and rook to g3, you know. It has amazing points as well. But in the meantime, the first job that black has to do is get that queen out of the pin and then make your attack with knight to f5 and rook to g3. So right now, Nepo is considering which square to move the queen away. He has those interesting 4 choices, you know, on the board. Yeah. D3, B3, D1, or B. I mean, B1 would be his last choice, you know. It's just blocking
B1
the
and
rook.
D1 probably are last choices. D3 and B3 are the first choices.
Yes. But I would say B3, he's not intending to attack anything on F7 or anything on B5. Actually, queen to D3 attacks B5 and at the same time protects the pawn, which gives the room for rook to move away comfortably. So we can expect him doing queen to d3 because it has the extra function, and that intends to go rook to g3 and knight to f5. Knight to f5 also hits d6. The queen is also hitting d6. Yeah.
Are we going to see Abdusattor trying to eliminate his opponent with white pieces and take a draw, and then tomorrow last round to take himself a white pieces against Pragg? It might be also the strategy, because we have seen so far Abdusattor being super strong, unbeatable with white pieces.
Even you cannot manage draw, you know.
Yeah, he's a half a point ahead of Arjun and Parham. And then last round he will have white pieces.
Yes.
That's the plan B, I think.
But look at that, wait a sec. I don't think anybody managed to even hold the draw with Abdusattor with black color so far.
No, he has won all the white pieces.
He won all the white pieces, so he's playing super dangerous and super stable with white colors.
Exactly. You guys, greetings to you all of you who are watching on YouTube and Twitch. This is basically last 2 rounds, and thanks very much for being with us. We do have a question, a poll running on our YouTube channel, and the question is, can Arjun overtake Nodirbek today with a win over Pragg? And go ahead and vote. I have already voted. It's a secret vote, so I will not say my answer. And we have so far 180 voters. You guys go ahead and let us know what do you think.
And someone on YouTube asked me whether I'm gonna go choose Hikaru or Magnus. Yeah. Okay, I can answer to that question. I've been mentioning several times during the streams, I am more type of a positional player rather than dynamic. And Katie, you know what would be my answer?
They are both like unique players.
But when you think Nakamura, you think dynamics, you think take, you
Yeah.
think calculations. But when you think of Magnus, you think of kind of very, very strategic play. So yeah, my answer would be between Magnus and Hikaru. It would be Magnus. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, when I started to play chess, I remember that the players were divided into like this world champions, yeah, someone who is very sharp like Kasparov, and someone who's very positional like Karpov. But
Karpov, yeah.
these days, I think most of the players are so universal. You give them the sharp position,
Yes, they would manage as well.
yeah. You give them the strategic position, like more calm position, they'll just
But there are
do it
type of
best.
positions, players enjoy. Yeah. And we have seen Magnus Carlsen winning 0-0-0 positions a lot as well previously.
Yeah,
Yes.
because he has to do that. When you're a Magnus Carlsen, you have to do the magic on the board,
Yes.
because draw is not an option for when you are like the highest rated chess player in the world, like ever. So yeah, that's the thing he has to do. All right, before we go to the break, I would like to take a look at the challengers, because we do have very interesting position that I have never seen on the board for Vitaly Sivuk against Jahangir Vahidov. The pawn structure is like strange. They have 4 pawns on the h file. I don't know how that's possible.
Yeah. How did they even reach to this position?
Yeah, we have to go back a few moves to see what has happened.
So d4, knight f6, knight f3, and bishop f4. So white went for London variation. London system, e3, castle, bishop e2, and we have seen knight to h5 move, on which Vitaly Sivuk responded with bishop to g5, and we have seen h6. Look at that so far. Black just moved on this side, There was nothing touched on the other side of the board. So g5 was actually turned out to be a mistake by black color, and we have seen the g4 strong move by Vitaly Sivuk, hitting black's knight.
Yeah, well, the game progressed that they both pieces captured the bishop and knight, but my question is what happens after queen f6, because the pawn on g4 will hang.
Knight going to f6, yeah.
The bishop is hanging also on h4. That forces white to get bishop back on g3. And if I take the pawn on g4, probably knight g5 would take the knight back, or even h4.
Even h4, the thing is, black actually made really couple of moves with knight going back and forth and here. And on the meantime, white managed to get his pieces out. So h4 would make sense, because after takes knight h4, you're triggering black to make a move with his knight again. And if knight to f6, white wouldn't even rush. White would just keep his pieces developed, queen d2, long castle, rook coming to g1, because the lost pawn is on h6. And white successfully opened up g and h file for just a pawn, more than kind of enough. So considering that line was really, really bad for black, black decided to go for g takes h4. Yeah. g5 was a little bit, it turns out, not a good accurate move, because after g4 we have seen black taking his time and considering the moves. And probably black's expectation was just white would respond with bishop to g3 and pawn to d6, and the game would continue in a normal way. Because those knight to g5 tricks are not working, because of knight g3 is on time. But that g4 move was really smart by Vitaly Sivuk, hitting black side after take. He has the g file to go and attack, and probably he will do long castle. After knight c3, we have seen pawn to d5 and rook to g1, getting onto g file and pinning the bishop and a king.
Yeah, very interesting turns of events from the very beginning. We do have all the games in progress. Now we're taking our first break, and by the time we're back, we're going to take a look at the games of the challengers as well. So guys, don't go anywhere because we are going to see our biggest battles in the last round of UzChess Cup 2025. We'll meet you shortly. We're back, and this is UzChess Cup 2025. Katie and Shahzad in the studio. We are now observing the games of the Masters, and we do have Challengers Tournament and Futures Tournament and Open Tournament as well running together. We promised that we're going to take a look at the Challengers Tournament as well. We have some of the big names there, and let's take a look what is happening on the first board.
So on the first board, we have Andrew Hong playing against Makun. So far pawn structure looks very similar, but we can see bishop on h7, two bishops on the two critical diagonals. So white has some momentum in the game, and his rooks are ready to get into the game as well. So far Andrew is doing really well. And just one thing to extra point out, we did have actually this opening as well. Yeah.
Quite famous opening for the event.
For the event, yes.
Yeah, we have seen it often. Yeah, seems like white has a very nice attack, perf bishop. Rooks will now get on the open files, and black has this issue with the bishop on c8.
Bishop on c8, and yeah, placement of his pieces as well, queen and a rook, and bishop is for now hanging, I would say. Yeah. After rook d1, it's kind of quite a threat. You want to go even for bishop g7 check.
Right, so let's move forward and check it out how the leader of the tournament, Nicolas Theodorou, is doing against Vasil Ivanchuk.
So, well, it's an interesting opening. They came to that opening from Slav variation, and we can see there are no c pawns on the board. So it's probably c4, c6, and takes happened. And right now, Vasil Ivanchuk is threatening to go after the bishop, which is really active on the board right now. But the interesting thing is white's last move was playing pawn to h4. Wow. Why do you need your pawn on h4 here on this line?
Seems to me that he was worried about g5 move. We should just take a look what happens if we pass the move, let's say a3.
Yeah, maybe you just go, they take the pawn even. Oh, take the pawn. I guess you gotta be careful on your queen, because takes. There is knight a5 move, besides there is just rook b8 takes. You don't have much square.
There were too many problems in the position.
Yes. And here you're losing just your bishop.
No, the thing is, instead of queen to b7, you have to do pass move a3 is the safest pass move.
g5, bishop e5, and pawn to f6. Your bishop doesn't have much space to go. So probably that's why Nicolas Theodorou played that h4 move to stop any g5 threats. But knight f4 and right after knight f4, you cannot take g takes f4. You're dropping your h4 pawn. If you intend to take e takes f4, which is the only choice white has, you're leaving d4 pawn as isolated, and slightly unprotected. After bishop f6, it's like another attacker is joining in. But the good thing for white is his bishop is really, really active, and black's light squared bishop is so far not even in the game yet. I mean, although it made the move, it looks like it has less function than a pawn right now. You see, it's like not doing a lot. It's just staying there, protecting the knight and a pawn. But probable ideas could be after, let's say, here bishop f6, knight to e2, black can try to go for knight a7 or a5 and get that bishop to b5 for the exchange.
Yeah, so very interesting position h4 has been played. We might have this kind of structure if Ivanchuk here decides to take the bishop on f4, but he can also play h6 here to be a little bit more stubborn here, that he wants to play g5, he wants to expose the king side as well. He hasn't castled yet, so he might also just try and test the opponent. Let's go to the next board, and we have the third board here.
So we have Muhammad Zohid Suyarov playing against Nijat Abbasov. So It looks like French, but it turns out the opening was Sicilian opening. And right now, black has a bishop pair, but has this structured pawn. It would be amazing if black manages to place his bishop on e4, but the common idea is for black right now to maneuver his bishop to get some activity, but besides that, there is a way to go to that e4, with pawn f4, bishop g6, and bishop getting to e4. And yeah, knight c6, you are going after that d4 pawn. Black's managing quite well here, although he has almost 20-minute time difference. He thought a little bit long earlier in the game. And to be more exact, I'm not sure if my computer is showing properly, but he took 19 minutes to make knight f6. What?
19 minutes.
To make knight f6 early in the game. What? I'm like, okay, we have bishop b5, e6, c3, d5, and d3. So it wasn't, he maybe expected he takes c5, but knight f6. Well, let's check. Maybe it's slightly kind of showing different on my computer, but let's see the time he took. So he took on knight to d7, 20 minutes, yeah, let's say.
Mm-hmm. 16 minutes, 20 minutes, and 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's same, so yeah.
But wait, it's too much time.
Too much time? Yeah, I'm not sure if we have
probably it's a bit of
wrong
inaccuracy,
data.
yeah. All right, the current position is...
yeah, slowly transformed to typical, French game, yeah.
Yeah. Let's move and check last 2 games here, because we have to go back to check the Masters.
So on the fourth board, we have seen that game earlier on, and we do see some progressions here. Black played c5 and d5 after rook g1, knight to c6. So white just decided to long castle and planning to attack on the king side. And right now, after bishop f5, black should be really careful, because I'm even considering for white to go for rook to g7 sacrifice. Things can go quite wild once the queen opens up, because bishop on f5 is not ideal spot, because knight h4 is going to hit it. After take, rook to g1 check, you have to go king to h7. King to h8 is possible, just you're going to meet this e4 move. Nasty attack coming. So king to h7, you're protecting, but of course you prevented e4 move. But after knight takes h4, your bishop is getting hit. If bishop moves away somewhere, there is bishop d3 check, e4, and yeah.
Yeah, looks fantastic.
Yeah. Black has to play very carefully, yes, and white, this attack is might unfold. Yeah.
Looks very nice position
For
white. Very
yeah.
pleasant to play. But the king is on the long side, so maybe black can try to somehow stabilize the position on the king side and then target white's king. The last game that we have in the challengers, it's looking more calm than the previous one. Here we have this position. How do you call this setup?
I mean, it's not maybe Marosi, if pawns were a little bit behind, I would call it Marosi system, but white is doing that Marosi system, yeah.
When I was a kid, we were calling this a hedgehog.
Hedgehog?
Yes.
No, hedgehog had that G6.
Yeah, G6 too, yeah. I never liked it, but I loved the name of it.
Yeah, hedgehog.
Yeah, and me and my brother, we also had a pet.
Hedgehog.
We adopted the wild hedgehog in our yard, which actually disappeared in 2 days, obviously.
Yeah. In some ways, it's kind of quite illogical to go for hedgehog. Usually, you transform to hedgehog variation from modern defense, Perk defense. There are some hedgehog variations, especially if your opponent don't let you to go b5. If a6, b5 you're intending, opponent tries that a4 move, you go for b6 and go for hedgehog. Sometimes.
Yeah, they just say fancy. What's the fancy or strange opening name or setup that you ever heard in chess?
Strange. I don't know. Maybe that hedgehog defense looks interesting one as well. Yeah, but besides that, usually I don't know. As a player, I never paid attention to actually the names of the
Yeah.
opening. You know, it's just kind of you learn the system, you learn the structure, you learn the plans and ideas. You see how it fits to you. Yeah.
People on which one is your favorite opening name?
Or the creative,
And yeah,
interesting one. You know,
or do you
unusual
think
one.
it's interesting?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. From my childhood, I liked very much Dragon.
Oh, dragon. Yeah.
Yeah, I liked the name. I liked
Oh yeah, dragon is the
yeah,
kind
I
of
liked the
thing.
position as well. I never played it though.
You never played? Oh, Dragon was my opening number one. I always went for it, you know. If I have a chance, I go for it. Yeah.
Like I kind of have a feeling that I never had a chess childhood.
Oh.
Which you were like, oh, one of my first, like one of the openings that I had as a child was Catalan, which I love.
Catalan?
Catalan is very nice, but when you're a child, you have to go something like easy opening. And with Black, I had Sicilian. So the reasoning of that was that I was in the group of the elder kids, and they were always looking at these openings, and the games were basically around that. So I had to change also my opening repertoire. I started with E4, E5, and then in 1 year after starting, I was playing Catalan. So that's why I always feel that I had never had a childhood in chess. You know,
Wow.
you have to try. And I switched very fast to D4. I've never played D4. Like, I don't have any memories to play E4.
E4 move. I see, I see,
Yeah.
I see.
So this is actually funny, and I actually don't agree with that. If you are a person who just started to play chess online or after the COVID or after Queen's Gambit, that's okay to start with these setups and everything.
Yes.
But if you want to bring your children to chess, it is always good to have this, proper education in chess, proper experience to start it with the openings that kids are interested in, and then to go to the heavy ones.
Yes.
Yeah,
But
they'll feel better.
Although you say so, let's say, yeah, my first opening was that E4, E5, both colors, but after like 6 months or a year at max, let's say I started at 5, 6 years old, but after 6 months or a year, I was already playing with white, always pawn C4 English game. Still to this day, I like
You
it.
were even a worse situation than me. I actually started D4, you went to English directly.
Yes, no, I liked it, and the thing
Very
is,
sophisticated opening for me. Like for me, English is something that you started with E4, you switched to D4, you tried a little bit of knight F3, and then when you need some extra opening repertoire, then you go with the C4 when you are good at those.
interesting. So after a year already, maybe maximum, I was playing.
already there.
I was playing with English C4, and with Black, I was playing Sicilian. It was C4, C5. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's very nice, but it pretty much depends on the coach that you're
Yes.
working as a child, and yeah. So most of the players nowadays, we talked earlier with the positional player, who is the dynamic player. But also these days, most of these top players, they play E4, they play D4, they play knight F3 and C4 as well, and they can afford to play B3, G3, whatever moves on the first board,
exactly.
because their knowledge of the chess and also the understanding of chess takes them in any position, and they can be still quite strong.
So what kind of openings did you play against E4 mainly? So to this day?
Do you want me to show all my cards?
No, I mean, just you can
Okay, it's
say.
in the database actually. I play C5 as the main opening, and I play also C6. I play Sicilian and
Caro, I see. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. Over the years, players can transform. You know, just personally myself. Although I started with E4, E5, I went with E4, C5 line, Sicilian for a while, and then I transformed to Philidor defense. Just you go D6, E7, Knight D7. And then I transformed into Berlin and Italian game for a while. Yeah, which is quite positional.
Yeah, to be honest, my chess career ended when I was like 17, 18 years old. And those were the openings that I was playing on then. And after that, when I came back to chess, and even these days, I have not adopted new opening. I'm trying to just play the same opening that I used to play.
Yeah, I see, I see.
And also, I don't play that often. So yeah, this is still, I'm sticking around with Sicilian and a Caracan.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, to know a lot of openings gives you the knowledge of the pawn structure, and
Yes.
you understand the pieces better. So then you can navigate a lot in all kind of structures that you have.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, but like, yeah, I always loved to work in chess. Like at home, that was my favorite thing, to sit down and to study chess. Love to do the etudes, the chess
Etudes, yeah.
studies. That was my favorite part. It
And-
was giving me so much satisfaction.
So how difficult etudes do you usually solve?
I used to solve very difficult ones. These days, I'm kind of running out from the books where I can find it.
What was the longest time you thought for just one etude,
Oh,
one puzzle etude they
one
taught
day.
you? One day.
Yeah,
You
and
see, guys, it's like you can just take one puzzle
Yeah.
and you can spend whole day. Like, can
Yeah.
we say it in hours? Like, how many hours you spend? 8 hours?
you know, when you're a chess player, you have always in your head the position. So when I was waking up, I was setting up the position on the board. I was looking at that, and of course, you don't move the pieces. That's one of
Yes,
the key
yes.
things, that you cannot move the pieces. So if I could not solve the puzzle, of course, I cannot sit for hours and hours. Then I was leaving, I was going to school, I was eating, I was doing whatever. But during that time, of course, you are still thinking about the position. And back in those days, of course, I had no mobile phone. That was so many years ago, which had the camera support. So I even at some point had several chess sets in different rooms. So if I was going to the kitchen, I had a chessboard with the same position, so I could look again. Yeah, the rule is that unless you see a checkmate, unless you see a pattern, you don't make it on the board. You don't check the answer. So
Yes. Was there a time where you were like, okay, that's it, I cannot go further? Okay, what was the idea,
No.
You checked the other, no, you
never.
see? Guys, that's how strong you gotta be,
There is
That's
one
how-
puzzle I still have not solved to this day. But this is the recent one. I was sharing it on social media. And some people, it's also very tricky because people can also just write you the answer right away. So there's still one puzzle that I have never solved in my life. Just funny. Okay, can we take a look now at the masters,
Masters, yes.
positions, and we have to start with the Nodirbek, maybe.
Nodirbek, I was maybe thinking.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go with this.
Pragg against Arjun, because Pragg seemingly got really nice position right now, and Black is struggling at this moment. But how did we reach on this position? Because earlier on, Black seemingly managing well. So we had knight e7 move after bishop e2. Castle. So both sides castled. So there wasn't any long castle idea. So short castle for both sides. And bishop going to g5. To e3, he weakened. He got an extra move basically when he goes to queen
I'm not
d2.
sure with this g6 pawn as well, h6 pawn, and then Arjun actually struck in the center. Next move with d5.
d5.
Yeah.
After take, bishop to c4, which was a strong move. You're going after the knight right now, and Black simply cannot take knight to c3 because you're losing a piece in the next move. Yeah. Because bishop e6 is coming with a check.
Yeah, and another thing that you cannot hold this pin, because even if you play knight c to e7, white will go with bishop c5.
Yes.
I have two active pieces.
And if you intend to play with c6 defend, there is rook e1 move. And then can he even kind of go for rook e7? Maybe bishop e7 and rook e7, something like that. Yeah. But depends on where bishop moves away.
It seems like d5 was a question mark there, and it was sometimes you just miss in a calculation that after c takes d5, knight takes d5. Perhaps here Arjun was thinking that bishop is hanging, knight is hanging, so knight d5 is a logical move here, and you might just outlook the moves like bishop c4.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. After knight takes d5, he's taking queen takes d5, and he's managing the game.
Yeah.
But his long castle would have given him some chance. In short castle, it looks like white has still some space advantage, although there is no e4 pawn, but it still feels quite nice on the d and e file for white. So the d5 takes, we have seen bishop c4, strong move hitting through the pin, and bishop c3. This move was played pretty much within a minute. Yeah.
Well, probably he has thought that there's no any other alternative, and basically you don't want to also give your opponent a time advantage, right? You might have a bad position, but you have to play a little bit faster.
So after bishop takes c3, we have pawn takes c3, king to h7, and bishop to c5, hitting the rook right now. And white has bishop pair, simply. And black's king doesn't feel safe. And usually, I'm that kind of fianchetto bishop player, and I know how precious is that bishop is, And right now, black doesn't have that bishop, which means he's a bit unsafe around his king as well. He gave up that crucial bishop.
Exactly. Rook to f4 has been played, chasing the bishop to b3. At this point, there's no any direct threats that white can have, but
he's gonna get his rook into the game.
Yeah, rook e1, rook to d1 will already create a lot of pressure on the black side. The bishop on e6 is not guarded at this point, and white can actually just start to chasing this bishop.
Yeah, white's position seems quite nice, and his upcoming moves seems quite logical and smooth and easy to find. Yeah, it is nothing complex left, and so far white is holding steady. Black's king is not that safe, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, it is very interesting to see how the top players are defending the positions like this.
Yes.
They are very good defenders, and we will see. We'll see how Arjun will manage this.
Yes. Previously, I want to comment about our previous days where Abdusattor defended against Yakubov Nodirbek for so long and so interesting. And yesterday as well, Yakubov himself giving up the queen.
Yeah. And still playing long game.
Still playing long game, and then ending in a draw, like structurally.
Exactly.
Yeah. So today, yeah, we'll see maybe some interesting ideas from Arjun as well.
Going forward to see the game of Jan Nepomniachtchi and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Nodirbek was very ambitious when he opened up the C file, created the pawn on d6 as a weakness, but as a result, he got very active pieces.
See, so here, Jan Nepomniachtchi decided to take the bishop. Actually, he didn't intend to go queen d3 and any aggressive lines. So yeah, Jan is on the board still thinking. So we had rook c6, and we had doubling up on the c file, and we have seen rook going to e8 instead of queen on e7, rook on c8. It's other way around: queen on c7 and rook on e8. So we have rook doubling up e1, protecting g6. I'm sort of feeling quite nice and comfortable on this position, and he went for rook exchange, and he defended his d6 pawn with rook e6. And yeah, isn't there like knight g5? Maybe we can see a quick draw, knight g5, rook e5. There is kind of going back and forth variation. Yeah.
Well, I would not be surprised if we have that, because black has this one weakness on the board, is guarding pretty nicely. He controls the back rank of white, controls the c file. And what white can do instead of going there, like if you take the rook on c1, let's say, queen takes on c1.
Rook going back to e1, protecting.
Yeah.
And here, white can increase his attackers. Black can increase his attackers with going to queen to f4, hitting e4.
Stopping knight g5 too. Another move is that you can also play queen to c5 to offer a queen trade. When I started to play Sicilian, my coach told me that if you trade the queens, in Sicilian, you will have a very nice end game, and you will win all the games because I was very good at the end games. I was studying so much in the end games. And one of the games at the Georgian Championship, I played 10 moves with my queen with black pieces. Queen c7, queen a5, queen c5, queen e5, and so on and so on.
Just
I blundered in this queen, obviously.
So white is avoiding trade and you're chasing white's queen.
I
whole
was going
time.
crazy. I think I made like 10 moves. And then I blundered.
At the end, oh,
He
yeah.
got trapped. And I got queen for, I don't know, 2 pieces or something, not enough compensation. And I played like 100 more moves without the queen. So, yeah, you know, you're questioning a lot of things in practice, and you don't necessarily need to do the same. But sometimes, in this case, like if you take this queen on c5, black will create the
Yeah, I mean, he has no
majority
weakness
pawn.
anymore, yes.
Yeah, on the queen side, and that
I
looks
guess
pretty
other way
nice.
around, yeah. Colors, yeah. 3 against 2, yeah, it's always better to have less pawns rather than more. Even 2 against 1 is even closer, even better. But yeah, this position, black manages all right, even to some extent he is pushing for the win. So we could expect that white not exchanging the queens because he would be helping black to get rid out of his weakness on d6 very easily.
Yeah, during the break, I just went to the players' refreshment area to grab some coffee, and I saw Abdusattorov. He was walking a lot, and he was just very very energized. We can see him also walking very fast, and I thought that he was winning or like had some kind of situation. And now when I'm looking at the opening, he had no issues whatsoever.
Yeah, he was
And
playing really fast
he was
as well.
playing very fast. He has 1 hour 11 minutes at this point, no problems at all, and he has equal position with black pieces, not so bad result.
Yeah, so decent, yeah, very decent. And yeah, currently Nepo is thinking, and he knows if he goes knight to g5, that's a forced draw, you know, like that's a repetition. But black doesn't have any choice but go to rook to e5. Although there is just rook e1 move you make first, but it's more or less rook to e5. Otherwise,
the
you
knight is
drop
also
in.
hanging,
Yes, that's the only way to protect the knight. And if you go back to knight to f3, again, the only move is pretty much going to rook to e6. Otherwise, you drop the knight. Yeah.
Drop the knight.
So that's why.
Drop the mic.
Mike.
Chess players just drop the knight.
Knight, yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, he knows that he can go for the draw that much easily, but I guess he will still kind of challenge Abdusattorov in a more deeper game because he knows he has a weakness on d6. Yeah. But we'll see. We'll see.
We shall see this, how the games will continue in here. And the next game, we can take a look of Parham against Vachier-Lagrave. And the knight ended up to be on h4, which we were a bit skeptical about this move.
So let's have a look. We were thinking of knight going to actually to g5 because on knight to h4, black can just ignore that knight for a while. Because knight f5 you kick with d6. Yeah. But it turns out if knight to h4, black responds with immediate d6, protecting f5 square immediately, and we have seen b4.
Actually, I'm just looking at the time management here. Parham spent about 10 minutes for knight h4. So he was calculating knight g5, and he didn't like something in that lines. And then he even spent more time, about 20 minutes for the next move here for b4.
Yes. So yeah, he's quite much thinking, and yeah. So after bishop b6, he went to bishop to b2, hitting the knight on f6, and we can pretty much expect knight to d5 move by black side, because otherwise you're getting double pawns and it looks so bad. Yeah. So there was knight takes. Oh, mentioning it as a strong move because other moves were simply bad. Yeah. Takes, knight to e5, queen to c2, and pawn to f5. Oh, we have a couple more moves. Bishop e2. Wow. An interesting decision by Parham. Bishop going to e2. I mean, he's guarding both d3 and f3.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's why a natural
And
bishop
also-
d2 would be bad. And yeah,
Yeah,
keeping.
also, sorry, if you go bishop to g2, you're also taking away a key square from the knight, right? Like at some point, maybe we have g5 and the white's knight is just dropped. So
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
that's
okay,
why
that's
bishop
another
e2
point,
makes more
yes.
sense to keep some space for the knight.
Okay, so we had bishop to e2, making the space for the knight, taking care of d3 square at the same time. And we had bishop going to d7.
I like that move. Do you know what? After bishop to d7, I might play a6 and bishop b5. Of course, white have to stop with a4, but this can be one idea. Another idea can be queen to e8 with the same thing.
idea.
If you get rid of the light square bishop, you
You
will
have
have
that d3 square. Yeah,
beautiful d3, f3 squares.
f3 squares as well. Yeah. So we have seen castle, and after castle, we do see just queen to e7.
Parham down to 36 moves, 36 minutes
Yeah.
for 26 more moves.
His bishop looks quite nice on b2. I like it. And there is a way to open up with pawn to f4 to strike that knight. And we can probably expect Shamsin Vohidov not even moving with his knight, staying there, because in chess we have a move called en passant.
Yeah. How you say en passant?
En passant.
I say en passant.
En passant. I mean, probably there is both ways of saying en passant, en passant. Yeah. Yeah, but the proper says, in a written way, the first letter is en, so en passant.
Yeah.
But in an English, we have some pronunciation of just saying, skipping that the first syllable.
To sound more French. The people who play chess and then they have a break and then they come back, the first question they have, including myself, I also wanted to ask to arbiter when I played my first tournament after 6 years, is an en passant still a rule?
Still a rule, yes.
Something about it, because you never know. But it was a real struggle for me, actually. I was too shy to ask that question, and that's the rule, which is very strange, actually.
No, I mean it's a nice rule. Oh, and Aman from Chess Bra, he makes kind of short contents, and he explains not a history of it, but in a humorous way, how did that kind of move came from? Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Can you tell us? I have never heard about it.
No, it is like he's playing as if with his friend, but the camera is pointing at him as well. And after some move, let's say opponent is making like this f4 move, and Aman is playing with black colors.
Yeah.
And then he's like to his friend, but to the camera directly, okay, look, I castled, you castled, we did those actions. And the pawn is allowed to make usually one move, but from the first place, it's making two moves right now, and it seems like a little bit kind of we have to add on it, and then he's kind of coming out with let's pawn takes sideways, so let's do that, introduce that rule,
It is his way of
his way of reasoning. It's like in a friendly, humorous way, yeah.
Okay, I have to watch out that video.
Yeah.
To watch out. I have seen these videos a lot of Chess Pro with the bishop capturing back with the other rooms, which became a trend in the chess world. But yeah, I have to watch en passant. I don't know really the history of that.
It's yes, I'm not sure about regarding history, but that's kind of Aman's version, Grandmaster Aman's version of from Chess Pro. He's like making that content, yeah.
Interesting. F4 might be the move here that we might expect here. Another move that white might consider is knight back on g2.
Knight on
Although
g2
I'm very
gives away
skeptical
f3
with
square,
that. Yeah,
yes.
I can just.
The thing is on f4, it's not like white feels better for a moment, but it turns out black's bishop is really active, which means he can utilize this pin to his advantage with playing pawn to f4 move. Because although it is protected with two pawns, but because one of them under the pin, black can comfortably go for it. And after g takes f4, just rook takes f4, doubling up the rook
Right. While we were talking about this position, the game has ended between Yanni Pomnishi and Abdusattorov.
So they went
have
for
repeated, yeah. They have repeated. We had a good guess. We had a
yes.
good guess.
So they went for knight g5 and pretty much repetition. Can we have a look? The camera too. Oh, they
They're
left
long gone.
already.
They're long gone. No conversation today. No analysis today. Okay, there was probably not too much to analyze.
Yes, the game finished pretty much fast, you know, like considering 2 days ago when he played against Yakubov Nodirbek, Abdusattorov had 6 hours. Today he had 1.5 hours, which means
You know
four
what?
times.
Sometimes you just need to have an easy game
Yes.
to have all the energy for the final round. For him, for Abdusattorov, tomorrow will be the key game. He will be facing Pragg with white pieces.
Yes.
And well, the day is long because his closest opponents, Parham and Arjun, they have to still, win to catch up with him.
So yeah, and I would say this was a decent result and maybe successful event of kind of how things turned out for Abdusattorov Nodirbek because he didn't spend a lot of energy for this game because the game ended quite quick and he was playing with black, so draw is a decent result considering. And yeah, he can have more time to prepare right now for his next game.
Oh, tomorrow we are starting early morning.
Early in the morning.
Like,
yes.
I don't know how early it is. Like some people might say 11 a.m. is not early morning, but for chess players, it is early morning.
It's quite early. Yes.
Especially when you are having 9-round tournament, every single round you start at 3. Your body, your brain starts to work at that time.
Yes.
And when you have even 1 hour or a few hours early round, it is not so easy to adopt the early rounds. I have the worst scores in the morning rounds. I just don't like it. How about you?
No, it depends. In the morning, usually I perform all right. Yeah, well, because maybe my opponents would have that trouble. It's not that I'm good. Maybe they are bad. I have to say.
Your opponents struggle.
Maybe, but yeah, in the morning time, I usually perform all right. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like morning rounds like 9 a.m.
Yes,
rounds.
but I would add to that point one extra point. Let's say I have a morning round, but we are playing rapid game. Yes. By the time we are reaching afternoon, I would already lack the energy, and my game quality drops a bit more and more and more. And by the time we reach afternoon, and then let's say we are playing 4th or 5th game. Let's say we reach at 4 p.m., 5 p.m. clock, my kind of whole brain might turn off. Yeah. It's like that's what kind of stamina is really important. You gotta be in shape, but besides that, you should have, stamina. Like you should have long concentration. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, a lot of people are saying very often that chess is not a physical sport, and how come you're getting tired? How come this and that? It is very. It takes a lot of physical strength as well to handle so much pressure every day, so many hours of preparation. But most of the players who are here, they are spending also 3 hours extra per day to prepare for the game. And obviously, if they are not strong physically, they cannot do it. And we know that a lot of players also go to gym after the
training. Yes.
Yeah. Even myself, I went to gym today because it is not only the mental strength it takes, it also takes a physical strength,
exactly,
right? And you need to just walk a bit.
I would add one more point right now. And to the viewers as well, what do you think? Do you burn more calories by going to the gym or by playing chess? Because there is a study, scientific study that says like actually, I don't know how many times more I forgot that statement, but when you play that chess game, you burn way more calories just by doing cardio or any activity in the gym. Yeah, it is so kind of, demanding just to playing chess. Your brain is working whole time. Yeah. So it's no joke.
I absolutely agree. When I saw the statistics, I was like, really? But then I was like, Really? You asked that question? 'Cause every single time I play chess or I work at the chess tournament, I always lose the weight.
Yeah.
With full meals, I'm also
Yeah,
eating quite an amount of meal. But when I'm to gym without the chess tournament, I gain the weight.
You're training, you're doing gym, but you're still kind of
Yes,
getting
yeah, I always gain the weight when I'm just only going. So it should be the combination of chess tournament and the gym. Then we're fit.
That's you see the code, the kind of formula to lose some weight. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that's actually a fact, and most of the chess players would agree with that. That they're burning a lot of calories during the game. All right, we have actually very interesting scenario in the game of Yakubov and Vohitov. As you can see, the final move is f4, hitting the knight. But to be honest, I can't really recognize how we reached this game here. Shall we take a look at where we stand?
Yes.
Where we start?
So Nodirbek Yakuboyev playing right now with white colors against Vachier-Lagrave. And earlier on, we have seen Vachier playing quite fast moves. But now let's see, how did we reach to this position? And it turns out there was that bishop takes c3 move, the castle, and bishop a4 and bishop c6 as we were analyzing to hit that e pawn, and there was knight to d2 and knight a4.
Yeah.
So far, most players played as we expected, and we had rook c1, b5. That's where our analysis stopped earlier on when we looked at that bishop b4 move. And the thing is, this game unfolded the way we were expecting. So we had continuation, and both players were playing quite fast within a minute each move. We had knight to b6, we had a4, a6, and bishop c2. White thought for 14 minutes to make this move.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Shall we also take a look what happens if black captured the pawn on a4? It was pawn sacrifice. Obviously, if you take with a knight, then you will drop. You will drop the pawn probably right away on for like let's say takes, bishop takes, pawn takes.
Yeah, I guess
Should we
maybe
go E5?
after f3 first.
F3,
Yes, protect and then take. You cannot defend that pawn. There is no bishop b5 move, no way of protecting this pawn, and
You take.
and then knight e5
probably A4
and
will be
a4 also
also
dropping.
take, yeah.
Yes.
And if you keep the knights on the board, and if you take the pawn right away,
With b takes a4, it seems like you are managing with black all right, but look at your pawn structure.
yeah, I've not seen the pawns like that. So looks funny. So here, White's plan is to play something like perhaps f3 or bishop g5 with the idea of e5.
Yeah, bishop g5, e5, or as you said, f3. F3 looks to me very logical. You're just kind of protecting a pawn
You can go bishop e2,
and then maybe
queen b4, yeah.
Yes.
And when White
Queen
will
b4
start
also,
to pick up the pawns, Black will be remaining with a bad pawn structure. So that's why Sindarov here just ignored the pawn sacrifice and played
just
a6.
went for a6, and we have seen bishop c2, pawn h6. Yeah, there haven't been much progress by this, and we have seen
yeah,
d5.
you can't castle there if you don't play h6. If you castle, then e5 hits the knight and the pawn on h7. So that's why probably Sindarov was a bit careful.
But turns out this variation, computer didn't like really much e5 move. I guess maybe because of knight f d5 hits that c3 pawn. Because after takes king h8, right now you have to take care of this pawn and this bishop, because there is some g6 move. There is knight a4 as well. You just moved away your bishop from the spot. So if you bring back bishop, you're not on time to protect your c3 pawn. Yeah, White would face some problem by black's knights. So yeah, it turns out the just stable move is maybe again and again just keeping pawn to f3 maybe.
Yeah, so instead of castle, Black actually just decided to play h6.
Yes,
I think out of safety, and White went for d5.
d5, striking right in the middle, and we have seen. Yeah, I mean there wasn't any other choice rather than taking. Yeah, so Black took White's pawn on d5, but yeah, all other choices looks bad. Let's say if you go to bishop to d7. You are letting a takes bishop, but besides that, there is bishop c5. That d5 move allowed that bishop to get into the game and cover up.
That's actually is a reasoning
Yes.
of h6. You did not castle there, and because of h6 now you need one more move to castle, and white was just on time to play d5, pawn takes d5, and bishop to c5, giving up all the pawns but trying to dominate on the dark squares, because black decided to give up the dark square bishop for the knight. And usually when you do that, when you give up the bishop for the knight in the open position, then you need to have pawns on the dark squares to control. And here we have all the pawns on the light squares in the center.
So we have knight going to bd7, bishop going to a3, from far away covering f8, and we have seen knight e5 move, pretty much mentioning strong by computer, so that was a key move we can say. And we have seen f4 and knight getting to d3. So what black is doing is giving away his pawn as well. Yeah, giving it back, but I would say maybe he's taking e4, so it's not giving it away. More or less, white can do in between e5 move.
Do you know why this is, I think, a best move? Because if you don't play knight to d3, if you go knight to d7, then you are under e5, e6.
But I would say just take and rook e1 is also your king is just quite looks bad. It's he's opening the fight. But besides that, your idea also makes a very, very big sense, because after e5, e6, after takes bishop g6 checkmate, just kind of quite nice.
So 93, black has to give up the pawn and get the bishop back. Well, here's the thing: if you move the rook away, let's say you play rook to f1,
protecting f4 pawn,
then you cannot really drop so many pawns. Black can take
another pawn. Yes.
And somehow now black has this funny looking structure with knight d3 and the pawn support.
With white, you let go of the 3 pawns so far. Yeah. And you don't have momentum. The only good thing is in your board is that bishop. So instead of that, even if you just take bishop d3, take and then go e5 and take that queen d3, you still have that bishop and you didn't drop that much pawn, but instead what you did is you got one of the pawns back. So pretty much bishop on a3 compensating even more, and that is functioning better, way better than bishop on c6 on this variation.
Exactly. We can just go a bit forward here with the position. Knight e4, queen takes d3. And to talk a little bit about this position, after knight takes d2, queen takes d2, the strength of the dark square bishop in this position, how important this piece is.
It's very critical. You're stopping black from castling. And besides that, which means if black doesn't castle, how do you want to get this rook into the game? And right now I'm thinking of maybe h5, rook h6, rook g6, and then hitting pawn to d4.
Yeah, but also white has this idea of f5 and to open up the tiles.
Yes, and also queen just placing on d4, which means whatever I just mentioned with black can be eliminated with those 2 moves. So it is very uneasy how you want to place your pieces with black.
To me, it's one-sided game when white is controlling everything, whole position, and whenever white can decide to open up the position. Queen d4 blocking the pawn in the center, and then f5, rook e1, e6, f6, everything could work.
Exactly, yes.
Because in these positions, if we look, we just have bishop on a3, and this bishop has not opposition. The bishop on c6 is locked and cannot control the dark squares.
But the good thing is just for black is he's up a pawn, and he has to maintain close position, so which means he has a chances of getting a draw that way. But still, it's he would be fighting for a draw. Black would be fighting for a draw in this game. Although being up a pawn.
Exactly. So this is not only line that black can go for, this is the worst line that black can go for, where this demonstrates what might happen.
Wait a sec. Does black has a choice then?
Yes.
Okay, so I take bishop d3.
Takes e5, and you have knight h4 right on time. After e5.
Knight to h5.
Yeah,
I
it's
see, I see. You're going after f4 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So probably g3,
I'm not sure because I have d4 now.
d4.
Yeah.
Ah, I see, I see. Wow.
Queen d5 as well. But
Yes. So that would be Black's idea how he is going to fight back.
Mm-hmm.
Because the earlier line didn't fit well for him, you know, in coordinating with pieces, planning for attack. Yes.
So in the opposite color bishop, the most important is whose king is the weakest. And after
Yes.
g3, your king also becomes weak on the light squares, and now black takes this
Exactly,
under the
exactly.
control.
On a positional game, opposite color bishop means like close to dead draw, but in a dynamic game, yeah, where you question whose king is weaker, who's attacking, basically the attacking side has one extra piece that doesn't have any, you know, fighting back from the other side. You're playing this extra piece.
Yeah, we can actually go to the game of Pragg and Arjun. Very interesting game. We do have 4 games in progress at this moment in the Masters, and of course we have the other games too in the Challengers. We're gonna visit that later on. But now let's take a look what is happening here. b6 has been played. The bishop is now under attack.
So b6 is on the board, and here Pragg can make strategic decision of like not even defending his bishop, but going after opponent's bishop with a rook to e1. Because after takes, right now Pragg would be attacking Arjun's knight on c6 and his knight on d5. And after knight d e7, queen e2, rook is joining into the game.
Bishop c2 to hit the pawn on g6, next move.
Yes. Quite looks not ideal, and yeah. So we could expect that after rook e1, Arjun
bishop has to go
back. Bishop has to go back
on
f7
G8,
or
f7,
g8.
yeah.
Yes. And after which bishop has to move somewhere back, but it turns out that only square that makes sense to move back bishop is a3, because all other squares the knight is ready to take. Knight is ready to take e3, b4, and d4. So, but after bishop going back to a3, he's going to maintain his advantage, bishop pair advantage, and black's king remains still.
Yeah, not an easy position for Arjun, and he started it by himself to play f5 at the very beginning. Seemed like it was his preparation. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but I would say the problematic move, or the thing that caused so many troubles as of this moment, is just maybe that pawn strike on d5, you know,
d5,
where he missed that bishop c4 move.
Yeah, I agree with that. So far, Arjun had a really nice event. He has scored 2 victories, and he was very stable.
Yes.
Made 5 draws.
He didn't have any defeat or losing game yet, although we have every single player having 1 loss except Arjun so far, yeah.
Yeah.
Abdusator received a defeat by Akaboyev, and
True.
yeah, Pragg had some defeats.
And Pragg had very interesting statistics in this tournament. Had only 3 draws, and then he has 2 victories and 2 losses as well. So, yeah.
So yeah.
Let's take a look now at the game of Parham against Vohitov.
So we have seen a 4 move, and he takes 3, opposite, as expected, after knight f3, f4, black played. So far, players are playing the way, the most logical way. Yeah. King to h1, getting out of the pin. So yeah, both players are having quite nice game, decent. White's bishop, I would say, still looks good and powerful, but at the same time, black's right now might go after white's king. Instead of trading the rook, black has a nice idea of going to rook to h4, going against h6. And next move, maybe just rook to f8, maybe queen to d6 and h6, hitting that h2 pawn. h2 pawn looks critical, and maybe there are some drawish chances, maybe some perpetuals, not sure. After take, immediate take, queen d6, you just take, You go queen to h6, g5, h4. Your bishop is coming. If by any chance king to e1, I don't know. I mean, white would be on time to get out. But wait, so if king to f2, there's queen h4 check. Okay, let me show you what
I'm very confused.
Yeah, what I'm
on the
thinking.
board. Yeah.
So let's say pawn to a4. You want to trap my bishop on d5. I go queen to d6. Let's say you go pawn to a5, and I'm thinking of just take rook to h2, takes, check. You go here, I check. You want to go out, I'm gonna check and don't let you out. If you go back to king g2, I have now way to checkmate. And the only way for white to respond would be king going to g1. All other squares looks bad. If you go to king to f3, I'm intending to come with rook to f8 check. And very close to checkmate after this. Bishop coming in. After king here, just check and mate. Yeah. So that was my idea when I said rook to h4. But besides that, maybe here there are some other ideas as well to get that bishop remaneuvered with c6, bishop c7, pawn to e4.
Yeah, you can do that either with rook to h4, which I like very much to keep this rook on the king side to keep some worries for white on the board, because if you just trade the rooks on f1, then it's changed the character of the position. You just take, and for instance, after c6 now,
c6 is not doing much, I would say.
it depends. If you take the pawn, then bishop c6. But like, you have bishop c4 here that
or f3 maybe, yes, c4
with d7, d6 ideas.
Yeah. Or the thing is, I was earlier considering, while I mentioned e4 moves, that weakens your g7 square. So white's plan is pretty much going to rook to g1 as well, going to after g7. Yeah. Right now, of course, the immediate plan is go after the rook, but besides that, in the long term, I say after take. The next couple moves we can expect, being bishop c4 earlier we said, which is also in pushing pawn to d6. And besides that, there is a rook to g1, going after g7, queen to e4, going after e5.
Yeah. So now, because of this rook being off the board, you can control so many squares, right? But if black here keeps the rook on h4, it takes away e4 square, c4 square, and you keep the eye on h2 pawn. So queen d6 will be then very much powerful. Queen d6 with e4 ideas to go after the pawn. c6 with bishop c7 idea will be also out there.
Yes. So the game still looks double-edged. Although we mentioned black's idea, it was into consideration of white's not reacting. Of course, white can react with just rook f2 move, defending that h2. So the game can go quite dynamic. After rook f2, it's like well defended, which means another rook is coming to g1. So which means that g7 would be still idea of white to go after. And e5 pawn looks isolated and it needs a protection by minor or major pieces. There are no pawn to look after. And that e4 move looks relatively stable, but it gives away opportunity for the bishop to to go and hit g7. If e4 is done, there is always cost involved with that. That would be white's plan, and black's plan we mentioned earlier, how it would be, yes. But
you're doing really good with these arrows, with the colors and everything. All I can do is a red arrows. I don't know how to do the colors. I didn't instructions actually how to do colors, because I did the video for chess.com, and I had the paper, and I was like going how to do the green one, how to do the yellow one. It's nice.
You kind of play with the button of shift and alt and control. So they kind of change the colors to the one you want. I usually use green to show some advantage. I usually use red to show the weakness. And it's orange or blue, you show ideas, but at the same time you see the board is slightly bluish, so you don't want to get a mix that color in, because that might be slightly invisible.
That's very nice. We do have rook to h4 on the board. Black made the best decision to keep the rook onto h4, very active piece, and this is not the rook you want to have on the board, obviously, with white pieces. The game that we were not looking a lot lately is Aravin against Richard Rapport. Let's see how this game progressed.
Yeah, it looks to me quite nice and positional. I like white's game, for some reason. Yeah, because I'm more of a positional player and I like space advantage, and I see that d6 pawn being a trouble for black. So white looks to me quite nice. But let's see, how did we reach? Why that pawn is even on e5? And earlier it seems Rapport decided to go with e5 and bishop e6 plan. Well, let's go back to the moment queen c7 was played, and here Aravin decided to push pawn to c4. Earlier you asked me about the system, and this is like Marozzi's system, I said, and yeah, this system quite worked out so far for Aravin, and we have seen that e5 move right there, which kind of made sense. Okay, we had a3 move, and here I was thinking maybe there is an exchange of the pawns d6 to c4. Maybe after a3 we takes, and then some bishop e6 move, and then you're going after c4. If queen is going after d6, you can exchange, or you can go immediately, and then you are taking c4 pawn. Or at the same time, e4 is dropping on this variation as well. Yeah, quite an interesting line could have unfolded, but seemingly Rapport decided to take more stable action rather than dangerous at this moment, with knight going to c6 and pawn to h3, so that there are no any bishop g4s or knight to g4s. Yeah, bishop g4 would be an interesting move as well, because take and then you push pawn a5, a4, you can place your knight on d4 stably here, after which this bishop is a bit not ideal because pawns would be on the light squares. Yeah. On Marozzi's system with black, you usually...
Yeah, there is another idea in that line. You can also bring knight d7, knight c5. Also in here, in these positions, this knight very often rotates from the king side to the queen side. Yeah, to get some nice advantage.
And yeah, there is knight h5 to f4 as well. And I can see that move probably because early on when we saw the position right now, the pawns was on, white's pawn was on g3. And we have seen knight to d2, and that's where, okay, bishop f1 first, and knight came to f4. Actually, it reached f4. Right now, g3 is not possible because you're going to drop h3 pawn. Yeah, black would take. Although, I guess it was an interesting land. Well, black's knight looks caged after king to h2, but you can bring another supporter to back it up.
Yeah.
So we have seen rook a to c1, queen e7, pawn to g3, queen e7 intention going to g5 or somewhere. Now g5 is a protect, maybe queen to f6. But you are letting go of d6 pawn. Quite an... I'm trying to understand why queen needs to be on e7.
I think he just moved away from the c file where the rook is located.
Yeah, it's probably against some kind of c5 plan.
Yeah,
so just
something like before b5 or c5.
Or before b5, yeah. So g3, so it was more defensive approach, yeah, rather than any aggressive. So g3, knight going back to g6.
Ah, okay. Can we see why he didn't take the pawn on h3? Because it was still hanging.
Yes, it was still hanging, as earlier we discussed, king to h2. And we were earlier exploring that queen can back it up. From queen c7, queen could have backed up from c8 square. But right now, still there is a square that is queen going to d7 and back up that knight on here. But the problem with that is whites want to kind of hit the queen. And in the meantime, the knight still doesn't have any square to go back.
Yeah, and if we play something like...
If you take, yeah, knight c4, and if you go queen c8, it's knight to b6.
Yeah. And if you play instead of that h6 to get this knight on g5, after that move, white has knight to c4, very strong move.
Yes.
And going after d6, and if you take the knight on c4 now, then I'll take it back and
you take bishop back, or you do in between move. You have in between move right there. Yes,
right?
Rook d6. Yeah. Yes, you can take it, and then you can take next move, and the knight is still in trouble.
Yeah, exactly.
Still looks bad. So here, Robert decided to go just for knight g6 safe move, and we have seen before rook a8 defending his d6 pawn, and we have seen bishop to g2. And I'm not sure, like maybe against d5 any intention, against maybe f5. Yeah, f5 d5. The bishop is just preparing to be on time, and also kind of there is high chance of opening up long diagonal, and maybe White's plan could be putting his knight on d5, maybe queen e2, knight f1, knight e3, knight to d5, or knight to f5. That idea also looks quite interesting. d4 square is defended by knight on f3. Yeah. Well, I look at this and we are kind of drawing like, everything happening around, and then you're like, you're the only one who's understanding this.
Yes. I hope also people understand this. No, I'm sure they understand it.
Just moving back and making space.
Yeah.
And getting the
so the final move here that Black played was actually h6.
H6.
Perhaps to stop knight g5. Also a very useful move to have for the long perspective. In the end game, you always want to have some lift for the king, and Richard actually has 29 minutes at this point. They have to make 19 more moves, so position is quite slow here. They might just spend a lot of time from the clock in this game. So far, we don't really have any moves here. We have one more in the game of Pragg against Arjun, and after the move we saw b6 here. Instead of rook to e1, which we were considering, White went directly to bishop a3.
I mean, bishop rook e1 is still kind of can be done next move, so
yeah,
he was
maybe
not
he wants
rushing.
to have bishop on e6 in some of the variations. You can just double attack,
Yes.
or you can just use this threat later on. And Arjun went for knight to a5.
a5.
To go after the bishop on b3. If Arjun here managed to get one of the bishops off the board, he will decrease the advantage of White.
Yes, and if he takes out that b3 bishop, it will be a bit opposite colored bishop with some chances maybe to survive the game. If he, yes, manages, there are still queens and rooks on the board, but after queen trade, the attack would slow down drastically. Yeah.
So if you go bishop to c2, if you don't want to trade this bishop, then Black will play also knight to c4 to chase then another bishop.
Quite on a nice square. Yes.
And somehow Black managed to activate the knights and kick the bishops back.
Yes.
So perhaps there is something here, something stronger than bishop to c2 that Pragg has to spot.
Yeah.
All right, I think the players are taking now this quite slow, as we don't have any progression here. We don't have much of the moves. We do have a very interesting scenario in the Challengers board 3. We can take a look before our second break, because this is very, very nice position that we want to look.
Okay, so I see still Black's bishop, light square bishop, it didn't manage to successfully to get into the game, it turns out, and White's bishop on g5 looks quite strong, and we were earlier talking about how opposite colored bishop in dynamic game, how they act. Basically, White's bishop on g5 is acting as an extra piece right at this moment, which doesn't have any stoppable actions, but at the same time, it is right now Black's to move. So Black has a time to make and finally get that bishop and activate it to h5 square, going and hitting e2 knight.
Yeah, all these complications started on move 19. Maybe we can go there and check it out.
Back. But maybe even earlier, let's have a look. So we had these lines, and we had here h6, king to h1, a bit mentioning its mistake, and yeah, I see. Even a little bit earlier when White decided to place his rooks and king. Look at that, 2 moves by White. How he's kind of...
Freestyle chess castle.
How he's placing his pieces, very interesting.
Well, the idea is to play g4 somewhere,
Yeah.
right? So that's why black actually struck on the king's. Black is much stronger on the king side.
Yes.
And in few moves, he will play g5. Maybe we can show that part.
So he went knight e2 and g5 was played. So
Yeah, and from here, the things got really complicated. White decided that white is the strong on this side and struck with h4.
h4.
King to g7 happened, waiting for white to open up the h file, and then rook h8 will be a check. Knight went to
takes, yeah, rook h8. Will be on the
knight
board.
went to h2. Then we do have rook to c8.
Rook to c8.
Bishop d2, and now black made the move, which is probably questionable because
yeah,
after
you're
this move,
taking the pawn. Come on.
you just allowed white's rook to control the 7th rank.
Yes.
So first
first
trade happened.
take and rook b1. So yeah, a little bit maybe not ideal move. Not an accurate. So black took another pawn, rook to b7, and queen hitting back with a6. It seems like, although you said white is controlling 7th rank, but after queen a6, it looks like white's rook is getting out. But turns out what was missed by Nijat Abbasov, yeah, Abbas Nijat, is that rook e7, brilliant move and sacrifice by white.
Yeah, that's very important move. You are getting rid of the dark square bishop, and after knight takes, then bishop takes g5. You get the pawn back. You have full control over the dark squares on the king side, and now black's king becomes a little bit vulnerable here on the on that side.
Yes, and at this position, black is up an exchange, but as we said in the earlier line, if bishop h5, bishop takes, bishop f8 is coming with a check, which means even you taking this maybe with a queen, but queen trade making it more kind of smoother game, safer game for black's king. After queen trade, it would feel very safe. After take, that take is coming still with a check. Black is getting, white is getting the exchange back. And yeah, after rook f8, here white has to decide, but that king still looks really weak.
g4.
G4? Well, I mean,
Yes. But it looks
so if G4, the idea Katie is mentioning is that G4, you want the opponent take the pawn, it's a free pawn, come on. And then once the opponent takes bishop G4, you're like queen E2, and then you're pinning the bishop and a king, and you're getting extra queen for just a pawn.
I've done so much tactics. I think it damaged some part of my thinking process.
But yeah, it is a really risky trick, I would say, because if just black goes to queen takes d1, rook takes d1, you just gave away pawn and you let that rook be being very active. So yeah, g4 is an interesting move, but in the game, yeah, it's a joke. Consider that your risk. If it is you're risking too much. It's preferable not to do it. Yeah.
Exactly. So this game we went to a bit farther here, and we might have this line actually happening if black plays bishop to h5. It can be pretty much forced. And just double checking if we have any moves in the masters. Not so much. So we're gonna take now the break, and by the time we're back, we will have more updates for you guys. So please stay with us because we're gonna see last 2 rounds at UzChess Cup Chess 2025.
Yeah, see you soon.
We're coming back. This is UzChess Cup 2025. We are having round 8, the most important last rounds, and one game is already finished. Vachier-Lagrave, Nodirbek has ended game against Jan Nepomniachtchi in a draw. He keeps the leader's position. Another person who is very close to him is Arjun. He is facing his countryman Pragg on the board with black pieces, and we can see that white actually is having big advantage according to our bar. Can you please take us through what has happened while we had a break and a few moves that been played? Seems like was not so good for Arjun.
Yeah, exactly. So we have seen this position where we were suggesting rook e1 move, but yeah, after b6 with just going bishop to a3, he maintained his advantage, and Pragg maintained his advantage. After knight a5, we have seen c4. After knight to f6, and we have seen queen to c1, hitting the rook on f4. And here Arjun earlier on decided to move knight to f6, hinting that he wants to stay with his rook on white's camp. After queen c1, he went for rook to h4, even going for h2 square.
Today, I'm looking right now to two boards at the same time, and we do have rook h4 on both boards simultaneously with black pieces.
Yeah, earlier on we discussed the game between Shamsuddin Vohidov and Parham Maksudlu, and on that game as well, that rook h4 idea was mentioned, and yeah. So we have seen that in two boards so far, and yeah, rook to h4, so rook to e1, finally hitting that bishop on a6, and we have seen queen to g8, queen to c3, and queen to f7. And here, Pragg is considering, is it really necessary to go and sacrifice rook e6? I would think kind of that's what he is thinking, because after take there is rook e1 move and rook e7 check is coming. How you gonna defend against rook e7? Yeah, it turns out black has that knight e4 move that is blocking, and then that's well supported. However, after queen c2, the pressure piles up, and of course you're hitting with your knight white's queen. After queen c2, the pressure already piles up, and the final move after rook e8 would be pawn f3 and getting that piece just for free extra. So I would say Pragg is considering that rook e6 variation right now and it's going for a sacrifice. After takes rook e1, and what else exists? There is rook e7. How else are you gonna kind of support your knight, and how else are you gonna defend the queen at the same time? Is there a way?
Can we give up the knight e4?
Knight e4, yeah, we just explored. You're gonna pile up. It's technically not giving up because you have two supporters on the board, but after queen c2, the pressure adding up, and if you add one more defender, f3, and now you're losing that knight. Yeah, as you are saying giving up the knight. Yeah. And then maybe bishop f2.
Can I take the bishop on b3 or?
I mean,
also at that point, this bishop is not so strong.
Yes, it's not changing anything. Yeah, takes, and here at the same kind of scenario. It just kind of, yeah, that it didn't change that much on the game, and yeah, we can see how the game could potentially advance, because that takes looks so nice, you know.
And very tempting to play.
Yeah, very tempting. So you look at this position, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go for rook e6. You know, it seems like. The rook e1, rook e7, and then that f6 is dropping, yeah. And there is no back rank kind of issues. Knight is already taking care of that. The bishops are already guarding c1 and d1. So which means even if you're going that rook e7, let's say take stays here, queen going to c8, you're going that rook e7, you're going that queen f6. There is nothing to worry about at all. Wow.
Very tough position for Arjun Erigaisi, who has played very nicely, very stable game, tournament. And today, what would you say? Is it because of maybe tiredness? Because you said that he was playing some
bullet chess yesterday. That could be another kind of one of the reasons, yes. It is not hard to kind of maintain and go from one time control to another time control, you know. Your body, your mind should adjust to it. And as we can see in this game, he's been playing comparatively fast as well. And right now as well, he's like, how many minutes? Like over 15 minutes ahead. Yeah, to be more exact, 18 minutes ahead in the clock.
That's very impressive how Pragg is using his time on the clock. He's also not very much panicking when he has low time on the clock.
Yes.
And yeah, this is one of the biggest issues for the chess
No,
players
he
in
takes.
general.
He
Oh,
takes.
wow.
Yeah, he goes for it. He goes
Bishop
rook e6.
E6.
Brilliant move.
Queen takes e6.
Queen takes e6.
And followed up by
Rook to
e1,
e1,
hitting
yes.
the queen on e6.
He's going for it, and he knows there is no way to defend for black. I mean, there is queen c6 move. Okay, we didn't explore that move. Queen is going to c6 and protecting the knight on f6. Yeah, after rook e7 check, king is safely going back to g8. But although we're saying safely, things are nowhere close to being safe. Yeah. There is one extra kind of deflection move, bishop a3, after which you can take f6 nicely and comfortably. Yeah, if queen a4 takes, and as earlier I mentioned, on the back rank, there isn't much trouble because knight is there to guard. It just goes to knight to f1.
There's another chance if black decides to give up the queen for the rook. Let's take a look how much chances Arjun has in that position.
Which one?
After rook to e1 to play queen e1.
Queen to e1.
Yes.
But already he's down a bit. It's queen and a bishop against two rooks, so which means he got the extra piece. Yeah, he just plays and continues the game, and on the advantage, yeah, he's up 2 points, I would say. A bishop and a queen, considering 12 points, two rooks, 10 points. Yeah, and considering black's king is not that safe, that's immediate advantage realization. Yeah.
Oh, who's that guy in the playing venue? Look at that. It's not a part, it's different.
A kid.
Someone visited us in the playing venue. Probably a chess player. And if you finish his game in the open tournament, he might just wants to see all the big guys in the world of chess.
Yeah, he's looking. Let's see if I can recognize him. No, I cannot. Yeah.
Who is the chess player you would like to see in person to play?
In person?
Yeah.
To play against?
Not to play, just to see, to meet.
To see. I'm not sure. I kind of met with everybody. Technically. Yeah, I didn't meet with Nakamura so far. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I met with Carlson. He came to Samarkand actually. Yeah.
Yes.
I was the organizer and arbiter in that event. Yeah, in World Rapid and Bliss Championship. Yeah. So I met him. Yeah, we greeted, and yeah, he was with his other teammate like Christensen. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, with other guys as well. Yeah, they were discussing. Yeah, so
Hikaru is on your list.
On my list. So I didn't meet him in real life yet. Yeah. But I met Carlson, I met Caruana, I met other top players. I mean, I met Nepomniachtchi several times already by now.
Kasparov.
Oh, Kasparov, yeah, I've never met him yet. We can put him on the list, definitely, yeah. He has such an interesting personality as well, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, Kasparov is amazing. We have this project in Poland. It's a chess tournament, it's chess festival where the world champions are invited. And they play the simul, they are giving the speeches to the business companies, and it's part of the chess tournament as well. So we had Kasparov there one of the years.
Nice.
And it was extra. It was extra. He's amazing. And we had also Vishy, which is always amazing to have, and he has great stories and he's wonderful person. We had Anatoly Karpov, we had Vasily Ivanchuk, and this year we're gonna have another world champion. Can you give a wild guess what it might be?
The recent world champion?
Like I told you the names, I told you Kasparov, Karpov, Anand, so you can continue the line.
Okay, I'm not sure. I'm a Kasimjanov, Rustam.
No, we are having, actually, this is very much connected to the facts. We are going to have Gukesh coming to Poland.
Gukesh. Oh, so the recent world champion then, yes.
We are
Okay,
very
Gukesh.
proud to have him in Poland, and very important for Polish people because Gukesh has Polish coach.
Ah, interesting. I
coach
didn't
is
know that.
Polish. His coach is Polish. You don't know him? They jumped together from this
What?
after the world champion. When he became world champion, he jumped
No.
from the. You don't know?
No. Maybe I watched. I didn't watch that moment.
Is the coach, and I think they jumped together.
I didn't watch that moment actually.
So he promised that if he become the world champion, he will jump, and he did it. And also the team of seconds for Gukesh were 3 or 4 Polish guys. So for us, it is so important to continue this line of this strong cooperation between Indians and Polish people. And this year in August, we're going to have Gukesh. So you're also invited. We're having open tournament as well.
Cool,
it's a huge festival.
Yeah, very good.
All right. Do we have 2 Indians fighting it here? Rook to e1 is on the board. Now Arjun has to make decision
And
how to give up the piece.
In the meantime, there is one thing very interesting going on, and in Aravin's and Richard Rapper's game. Let's have a look at that. And Richard is being Richard right now.
Oops.
So we can see from Rapper Richard that final f5 strike move. He positioned his pieces on rook to d7 and queen to d8. And then he placed his knight to e7. Wow, quite a nice knight journey, I would say. Well, wow. Well, look at the knight's journey for whole game so far.
Traveler. It's traveled on the king side.
Yes, it's just being on the king side, but it's being at the right place at the right moment. Takes knight a5, and then after knight c4, he's going with f5, striking, getting the game. And after knight d2, right now he's thinking, but pretty much he knows his rook is already very close to the game. And he's considering the lines like probably knight takes c4 and how to open up that rook so that he can get f2 pawn. You know, can the knight defend whole time? Because takes, we can expect after bishop c4 pretty much rook to c4, because if knight takes c4 happens, f takes e4, and you cannot leave with a queen because f2 pawn drops.
Yeah, and also d5, I think, wins the piece. Yeah?
Wins a piece, yes. So, yes, pretty much then we can expect rook d2, but as you mentioned, there's d5 always, yeah. The striking in the middle and getting another rook into the game. And that rook on d5 would hit the knight on d2 and hit the pawn on b5. He's getting some game right now, yeah. So he's considering all those lines and how he can strike. And also maybe he's just considering f takes e4 as well, since knight e4 is pretty much not that possible, because after knight takes c4, yeah, you have to trade the knights away. After knight takes d4, c4, bishop takes c4, there is bishop takes c4, rook takes c4, d5, and you're forking both pieces.
Okay, the games went wild in this game, and also we do have very interesting scenario in the game of Yakuboev and Asintarov. And if we just go to that position, we will see something very exciting for us. Obviously.
Whoa, wow.
Look at this one. The pawn on d2, both kings wide open. The question is whose king is more weak?
But besides that, look at that. White has an extra piece.
So black has sacrificed a piece as well.
Yeah. Wow, quite a dynamic game they have.
Oh, wow, this is a beautiful. We have to
So
see.
we
saw e5 last
So we saw e5, knight going to h5, g3, and we were actually exploring that variation, and you were suggesting that d4 move. And this did happen on the board, and white went for queen to b4, and there was a magical, brilliant sacrifice of knight takes f4, going all in, because you want to kind of get your queen to g2 checkmate. After g takes to f4, we have seen queen to h4. The idea is clear. White is going for a checkmate, queen g4 and queen g2. And then maybe queen e2 checkmate if king is going to e1. Yeah, knight going to f1 and pushing pawn to d2, hitting the rook, and after rook d1, ignoring everything and just doing just long castle, because he feels like he is fine. After takes, we have seen just take back, nothing much, and we have seen t takes d4. An upcoming move is probably doing something on g2, because after check, king goes to f2, you're pretty much receiving checkmate. So the only move white would have after queen to g4 is knight going to g3, and black can plan on pushing pawn and getting the piece back. But in the meantime, white can rearrange his pieces to actually strike on black's king. Maybe queen to c3 counterattacking.
Yeah. What a double-edged position, right?
And if you move away the bishop d6, now white want to checkmate. White kind of, we cannot say, white is better, black is better, white is pushing, black is pushing.
Look at the engine as well. Like,
it's like it
decides not to intervene in this game.
Yeah, the engine is just away. Like I'm gonna say for both sides. It's equal.
Engine just pissed out from the position.
Yeah. Wow. So yeah, we are right now at c takes d4 on the clock. Nodirbek Yakuboyev has 12 minutes, while Vachier Sindarov has 28 minutes. But he's thinking, his time is ticking, and yes, they are at move 29. So I would say they would reach move 40 quite kind of in a decent way, but still the game looks quite dynamic. If black manages to pose serious troubles on white's king, Nodirbek Yakuboyev has to take some time to make accurate decisions. Yeah, Vachier Sindarov is now into consideration of how to progress in this game.
Which side would you choose here to play? The side that has an extra piece and potential to defense, or the side who sacrificed and has, this moment of going all in?
Yeah, I mean, I earlier mentioned black's plan, that is queen to g4, h5, h4, but I see more deeper plan for white, which is like, okay, I place my knight on here, I go queen c3, as I mentioned earlier, and bishop d6, but besides that, I'm going to go rook takes a2, a8, or a7. So that's my kind of next plan with white. Yeah. So
it's not only that white is defending, but white has its own idea.
Its own counter-attacking idea. So, yeah. That's why black has to be on them. But right now, I'm not taking into consideration h takes, and then there is a rook h1, open up. So I got to be very careful. Yeah. But white seems to be managing. We can look at that line more in depth, actually. Check, I go here, while black's plan is pretty much pushing there. And I mentioned queen to c3. You go back, I hit that. And the good thing is, if you play inaccurate with black as well, just defensively, you're in trouble as well. Just if you play c6, I'm striking with d5. Yeah. So with black as well, you got to be very careful. If you go queen d7, you're reducing one more attacker from the game. So which means I'm a piece up and you're not taking, you're removing the queen. So the only move is going to rook to d7. And if rook takes d2, h4, it's just in-depth calculation, I was just ignoring black's move. But what if black plays? Yeah, takes. Go on, he's getting in as well. So I was mentioning earlier, check, is it still valid? Because I'm taking that h8 rook,
Yeah.
So check, take. Wow, it's
I'm so surprised what you're showing on the board. This is just beyond the craziness, and the engine just tends.
And yes, engine is like, I'm gonna go out for everything. I'm not there,
Hiding.
Engine is just hiding, yeah, maybe. But at the end, it turns out, like, since king is out, that c takes d6 is pretty much an option, yeah. So more or less, yeah, wow, wow, wow.
Super game.
Super
Super
game.
game.
So yeah, it's like
20
both sides has
23
pushing
minutes.
ideas. Yeah.
24 minutes first in a row. He definitely needs some time to figure it out what is happening in this position.
Wow. In the meantime, do we have any progress in other games?
Yeah, we do have some progress in the game of Parham against
What do I see? I don't understand.
Wahidov.
What is the blunder and then mistake? So, okay, what did we see? But let's go back. So we have stopped right there, rook going to h4, and after rook f2, we did see, okay, queen to d6, but he's well defended, so bishop c4, protecting the pawn, rook to f8, rook to f1, rook to f6. He's intending to go for rook to h6 and against that h2 square, probably, but yeah, f8 square he needs to be careful of as well. So we have seen rook to f3, which was mentioned as a blunder.
It's connected something like e4, right? So
Yes.
you go e4.
Yeah. And we can see bars dropping all the way down, and
Is a threat. You go back on f2.
Yeah.
And what do I have?
You see, you don't have much this rook h2 trick because f1 is very well defended by the bishop, but you gotta be careful that the rook is dropping as well. And the most accurate move that actually wins the game is bishop to g4. You're dropping your pawn on e4, but the thing is, rook is indirectly defending it anyways.
Oh,
because if queen
okay,
e4, bishop
and
to
bishop
f3
check.
yes.
Oh wow! Well, these guys
Yeah,
are,
yeah.
I don't know, they're going all in every single round.
Yes, yeah. But of course, we didn't see e4 move here. Instead,
and wait, if I play,
wow, I wouldn't approve Shamsuddin's decisions that much. I mean, he went bishop e8, quite looks not logical, quite nice. But the thing why I wouldn't approve is, do you know how much time he took?
Yeah,
It's
30
seconds.
Yeah.
You didn't even let yourself think that there is something, you know? You just let go of that, okay, there is probably nothing, and you just continued with idea.
Yeah, let's say e4 is a very natural move, bishop to f2. But here, from his perspective, rook is hanging, right?
Yes, rook is hanging.
Bishop g4 is impossible.
No, not an easy move to find at all.
And what happens after bishop g4, bishop f6? There is bishop to f3 check. You cannot take this bishop.
Yes.
This is the checkmate.
And look at the trap. You just set it up.
Queen g3.
Queen g3 and rook to h1.
Wow.
Yes.
Look at that. Beautiful. Oh, wow. This
Whoa.
is beautiful checkmate.
Look at that. You giving up your rook and a queen, and you getting to checkmate these black pieces. Wow. Getting to the checkmate.
Here, Parham, for the move rook to f3, he spent 13 minutes. Very often when you spend that much of time, you blunder something.
Yes.
And the moment you make the move, before you press the clock, that's when you see everything.
But Parham's decision also kind of looks smart. He's kind of letting opponent play e4 because, let's say, if bishop g4 not working, if bishop g4 not happening, that bishop becomes super powerful right there. So it's like triggering that him to come. Yes. But yeah, Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave even didn't let himself to take that e4 into consideration. It's like immediate bishop e8 move. Wow.
What is his idea? Let's say if I go, okay, yeah, you have to take care of e4 now.
Yes, it's getting his bishop onto e4 with bishop g6, I would say.
So his idea is that if white goes now rook to f2, rook third to f2, you go bishop g6.
Yes.
You get the bishop on e4.
Yes. The next move. I mean, his idea is also quite smart, quite nice, a little bit inaccurate, but still decent, very much kind of he's making progress in the game. He thought of this idea in depth earlier on. Yeah. Probably when he spent time for 4 minutes or right there, 16 minutes he spent for making queen to d6. He was already ready to make those ideas, and there was no expectation that rook f3 is actually allowing him in a win that is very, very forced. Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite complicated position actually. Even after bishop to e8.
It's not easy to play with white.
You know, I don't really hate this move. I like bishop e8 here
No,
for black.
yes, I
because
like
you
this.
go
Yeah.
bishop to g6 next move.
And to e4, yes.
Yeah, and how white actually going to stop me? If you take rook to f6, I take it back with a pawn. Once again, you don't stop me to play bishop g6, and after, let's say, rook to g1 check, shall I just move the king away?
h8 or f8?
I would say h8 seems more like safe.
Either way, yeah, f8. But h8 you kind of getting into the bishop's
exactly.
line.
So yeah, I don't know. Let's make
maybe f8, yes, maybe f8, and then so let's say I make a room for the king if bishop e4 check. Yeah, you go bishop g6, and I don't even let that bishop e4 come. Maybe d3.
Oh, bishop rook g6, rook g3 is a very nice move. You also
protecting that pawn. Yes.
Yeah. So white can play this. I'm just thinking maybe you can also do that immediately without trading the rooks. Can I go rook to g3 here?
Yes, possible. Why not? Because your rook on f1 is defended.
And after bishop to g6, d3.
d3.
Oh no, I can't.
Oh wait. Hey, who takes care of the rook? Yes. Yes.
So
but you can just move away with the queen. Yeah. Just away, and if bishop e4 check comes, you have a room to move away with your king to g1.
Yeah, I don't know. This is a very tricky position for whites. You know, when you play this on the board, you might feel that you are you're worst here.
Yes. Yeah. With white, of course, he definitely
with
feels.
White,
yeah, he definitely feels slightly not well positioned, but he knows he has counterattack and he's betting on it. Yeah. So yeah, so bishop e8 was good, but the bad thing is you had a chance and you didn't even let yourself to capitalize on that chance. You didn't even explore that whether you had a chance or not. Yeah.
But he didn't. He doesn't know yet.
Yeah, he doesn't know it.
Yet.
He
I
just
thought
made
that he was winning. The game has ended. Pragg won against Arjun Erigaisi, and we have to see that.
And then we had the knight c4 and the knight e4 and queen c2 and f3, where Pragg won the knight, and just after queen h2 check, king f2, and there was a resignation. Pretty much kind of fast resignation, and because there's nothing much to play either. And Arjun Erigaisi received his first defeat in this tournament right now against his countrymate, Pragg.
Yeah, so we do have 2 games down and 3 games in progress in the Masters tournament. And then we do have all the games in progress in the Challengers. Let's take a very quick look at the current position of the Challengers and go through the games to see what is the situation.
So in the first board, well, we have Brilliancy right now at the board. Rook going to
We're just coming
e6.
at the right time in this tournament.
What happened? Oh, he just took the knight.
Yeah, idea is to take the pawn on the
g7. And the compensation seems to be outweighing the material that is being sacrificed. I mean, Andre Hong is quite dynamic player. Yeah. Okay, we have seen f takes, and we can. The idea is black is going to rook f7 on white's bishop g7 idea, where g7 is relatively well protected.
Yeah, so Andrei
and also opening up the rook maybe for some bishop h3 ideas.
Has sacrificed an exchange for the pawn and for the to attack the king to weaken the black's king, but black is also having his own ideas. Let's move forward and check out this second board. We have also a very interesting situation there.
Yeah,
with king on f6.
Yeah, that's a game between Nicholas Theodorou, the leader, playing against Vasil Ivanchuk. And it turns out we have seen the mistake recently by Ivanchuk. But yeah, after knight f4, what happened in the game is Ivanchuk won the pawn on d4. And this was kind of mentioned as brilliant because it's technically not like brilliant because there is still kind of tactic involved in it, but any kind of, let's say, 1800 or 1600 player can calculate. But the point of that it being brilliant is because all other choices look simply just bad. And there was a quick tactic by Ivanchuk and where he got an extra pawn. But at this moment, what white did is to go after white's king. And it turns out here was a mistake by Vasily Ivanchuk, bishop going to on c6, but that's just kind of protecting and saving the bishop that is being attacked. But besides that, he had the choice of going aggressive, this bishop going to b5, hitting that f1 rook. So that was...
And now bishop c6.
Yes. Now bishop... But you're leaving back rank empty, and maybe what Ivanchuk missed was that queen b2 move, after which rook c7 is still not an option. You know, you have to keep your rook on the back rank, first rank. So that was some ideas to explore, but bishop c6 happened on the board, and there was an h5. Very smart move, limiting any king's ability. And after h6, yeah, pretty much not a huge progress for black and just staying stable. Yeah. White can explore maybe even ideas of some f5, going after e6.
Sharp game with the king on f6, of course, you cannot relax in this position. Going to the next game on the board 3, we do have the end game where white has an extra piece.
Extra piece, yes. And this game was earlier, we have seen that opposite card bishop and rook e7 sacrifice. And let's see how the game unfolded. And after bishop g5, it turns out black decided to go for just kind of maintaining his advantage, his material advantage, that is rook versus bishop, but his king looks totally, in trouble. Yeah, after knight f4, queen h5 is just getting into the game. So he played rook h8 to stop that move, but after bishop f6, his rook is getting hit. And after rook h7, we have knight to h3. The plan is going to knight to g5. His rook felt very uncomfortable. King went down. Then we had that knight to g5, rook h6, mentioning as a mistake. And there is queen d2, smart move, making that discovery, knight e6 and queen h6. Rook to g6 and queen to b4, hitting that knight from another direction. And after rook d7, we have seen queen to d6. You cannot take it because you're going to face this. But what other choices you have? That's a question.
Can I just go queen to
b7?
b6?
b7 protecting, but now you're dropping this e6 as well. And yeah, things are like... Yeah, here it turns out Nijat Abbasov didn't have much choice, and he went for queen takes d6, takes, and then we have seen rook f6, after which knight h7 check was played, and knight f6, and here how white got the extra piece. But he still has 2 pawns. He's trying to fight back in this game, and then there was another trade after rook a6, king e7, takes, rook a6. So far happened, king e7, and while black is just letting white to take a pawn, because on the other way, if he defends rook to b7, I guess there is knight to d4 move, hitting e6. If you try to defend e6 with pawn to f5, white has knight takes f5. Okay, so on the second board, white has quite a huge advantage on the third board. On the fourth board, we have Vitaly Sivuk playing against Jahongir Vakidov, and both players has less than 10 minutes. The game looks quite interesting because it looks to me white has 2 extra pawns. But
somehow white has too many pawns. Is it only 2?
I guess it's only 2, yes. And that's on c pawn c3, and
yes, it looks
but black is likely to play bishop takes e4, which means it's just technically one pawn,
and those 2 pawns are doubled. So.
Yes, so he has quite a compensation, and earlier on we actually saw the mistake, but again, the computer is a little bit harsh even on just going with second line. But it turns out black had that d4 strike as well, but he is already pawned down. So there was some d-takes, yes.
I think black just managed to survive in this position so well, even though the pawn is missing here and the engine bar just shows that white has huge advantage, but still from that position what we might have here to get in here, because perf bishop advantage in the end game is very much feasible. So this is a very good practical chance for black to save the game. And coming back to the final game in the challengers, what we have over here?
We have quite a level game where black's knight is quite active, but at the same time bishop is checking, which means there is a chance of trading. But of course, Begim goes for king to h8, maintaining his her powerful knight on f4. Quite a level game, and black has some better chances, maybe more or less, because his knight on f4 looks very, very stable, and maybe even doubling up and going after g2 pawn.
Yeah,
seems quite an idea.
Nice. You can also rotate this knight to g65 if you want to have this knight over here, but as you mentioned, this knight hitting the pawn on g2 and also looking for some squares like e2, d3, h3.
Yes.
Just doing a fine job. Knight d5 is also hanging at some point. All right, and let's get back to the Masters, and we do have Aravin versus Richard. Richard is going with the pawns on the king side now.
Yeah, we are seeing Hoodie Richard. Yeah,
Richard
Hood pushing, and I like kind of his style of the game right now. Yeah, very good. He's no, he's not even down a pawn. He didn't even let go of the pawn. But right now, at this moment, he's giving that e4 pawn away with queen takes e4. But of course, his idea is take, and getting onto f2. Yeah. And if queen e2 you protect, there is rook e1 move. The queen cannot maintain its spot here for long. And after here, you're also letting it go f3 square.
Yeah,
he's coming quite
there is some like, I don't know if it's working, but like, can I do queen in that position? Rook takes e1, queen e1, and queen f1.
Oh yes, that works as well. Why not? Yeah, exactly. Queen 2 takes.
Do I have?
You do this check first, and then you just take forced way. Yeah, you're getting the piece. Yes. So he just gets a piece of the queen f6. That e3 square becomes simply weak. If you want to take with knight takes, still the f4 square is weak besides that, yeah. And you can double up on f rank with just rook to df7 and going after f2 pawn.
Yeah. Well, Richard is a magician of chess. Yeah, we had Tal, who had this kind of
earlier on, he gave up that pawn on e5 as well.
It's also just he feels so well the pieces, the strength of the pieces, that he can give up some of the pieces, but still keep the most important ones on the board. f4 is on the board. Aravin not having the best last 2 rounds, even though he played really, really well in this tournament. Yesterday we had this painful lose, and today he's also struggling. Oh, I just see the statistics. Aravin has lost Yakubov to Abdusattorov and to Sindrov. So he has lost to all Uzbekistan players.
Oh, I see.
And made a draw to rest of the opponents. We do have more moves in the game of Abdul, Yakubov, and Sindrov.
Yes, on the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Abdusattorov we finished, where the draw was the result. But what do we have right now? Whoa, how did we reach to this position? So we had c takes d4 and we had g5 move. Okay, there wasn't. There is a kind of the idea is to get to the g file. We had queen to c3. bishop to b7. So white pretty much kind of followed with the idea we mentioned earlier, queen coming to c3 and bishop going to d6. And then here he decided to close the game with pawn f5, which was a little bit inaccurate by computer's thoughts. And we have seen b4 move, queen takes b4. Queen takes b4 is not a mistake. What else choice do you make? I mean, queen takes b4 is quite natural response you have here. With all other responses, you have the response of bishop takes b4, which allows rook to d4. So, yeah, okay, you had the choice of queen takes d2. Maybe that's why kind of queen takes b4 is mentioned as a mistake. And here you have a chance to block that bishop, but you have to calculate very carefully because you're letting go of the bishop, and after d5, yeah, the opponent can take once more. Yeah, it's quite double-edged. It's yeah, humanly it's
I have
not
to
easy.
interrupt you because
Yes.
the game between Parham and Vachier-Lagrave has escalated.
Wow.
We
Whoa.
have
Let's
to
let's
take a
go
look.
and have a look. So what do we have here? We have that bishop, and white just gave the bishop away. Did Parham miss something?
No, because after rook to h3 that Vachier-Lagrave played, now he wants to take the rook on g3. The rook is pinned. If you take the rook, then queen gets back, and you are losing. So Parham just found the only move here to have some counterplay.
I see.
So after rook to h3, white cannot hold it already.
I see. And Parham is down on his last minute, it turns out.
Yeah, he has seconds.
But let's have a look what happened after bishop e8. So queen c1 was played, bishop g6 and e4 was quite expected move, and turns out Parham's defense was not that successful. And after rook to g6, maybe Parham missed that rook h3 move. Yeah, his idea was to back up his rook, but at the end, his rook still fallen, and he went for bishop e5, d6, and bishop to d5. Yeah, black is just maintaining piece advantage. White's progression is not clear, and he decided to take that bishop d5. Queen d5 was played by Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave right now. If Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave wins this game, that would be his first victory actually of this tournament, and he'll be getting that point with black colors. He had a quite nice game yesterday as well. Huge advantage against Nodirbek, but Nodirbek maintained to defend that position and get the draw. And Parham resigns the game. Yeah.
Oh, he resigns the game.
Or
Parham,
did
look at him.
he get
Very
flagged?
disappointed. Having a good tournament, he is losing 2 games in a row. He's very, very sad. He's now just thinking what he has done wrong, and look at him. Yeah, this game was played very well by his opponent, obviously, Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave. He did everything to win, and this is actually, in fact, his first victory against Parham. And Parham, look at him, and just like what to do. Yeah. Well, we don't really know what is happening. He lost 2 games in a row, Parham. And before that, he had such a brilliant tournament, right? He was winning all the games. He started with the draws.
He was in the leaders list, 2 rounds ago.
Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, probably a lot of things are happening in his head right now, in his life as well. I'm quite surprised how he's handling everything, what is happening in the world, because it's for sure affects him. Yeah, we wish him all the best to recover if he's not feeling well. And yeah, we want him to be at his best shape, because we have seen amazing games by Parham in this event. Last game, he will be facing Sindar Jawahir. Aravin on the screen?
Yes, and the thing is, he's going for the line that we explored earlier, on which black goes queen f6, black goes rook to e7 and takes rook on e1, and then queen f1, knight e3 check. Yeah.
Are we going to have
let me show.
another 4 decisive result today in one draw? Because we had one of the rounds like that.
Yes, and right now we maybe 3 decisive results, you know, not 4, but still kind of the other game is going quite wild as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're just on this position, we're likely to see what we just considered earlier, and that is this tactic. Yeah. Takes knight to e3 check. And rook takes f1. King to h1, yeah. But of course, Aravin can go with other moves after queen f6, but besides queen f6, it turns out rook e7 is another kind of candidate moves, or alongside with rook going to f7, getting to f2. So we have seen the move, and that move is rook going to e7. Queen went to b1, and I guess now Richard Rappert is intending to go to rook f7 and go to rook f2 and get his queen on f6. Yeah, get everything on the f-file and the second rank and go after white's king.
Shall we also do rook f1 here in this position? Is that
Is
another
that an
way?
option?
Oh,
So
okay,
rook
Richard just
e7.
goes rook f7.
Yes, Jesse goes stable, and that is a strong move on the board. And one more time, if rook f1, here white has a choice of taking with the king, not allowing knight to e3, but knight to e3 check is still possible. But the good news for white is he can just let go of that rook and then maintain this game. Probably with just queen to c2, rook to f4, but he's still kind of looking bad. That comes at the cost of giving up the pawns, but white's next move is rook to c8. So black has to play accordingly as well. So queen to f6 check, and yeah, to f4, and black should be careful of back rank as well. So that was a line of rook takes f1. So yeah, Richard Rappert didn't even go for that, just went rook f7. Just strong move and going to the second rank. And they're at move 38 right now. Pretty much 2 moves to go to reach move 40. And here Aravin has to play really accurately to reach that game in the kind of fighting back, counter play way. But it's really hard to play with white right now. And black's idea is like almost imminent to turn the game. And yeah, even the eval bar showing huge advantage for black right now.
Yeah, hard to defend all the threats that black has created.
Even one of the idea of blacks could be go queen b6, go check. If king h1, just take it. You know, he's.
I don't know. Yeah, I kind of have a feeling that watching on this video that Aravin has also just gave up because look at his body, right? He's just looking some chances if there is any save. But seems like he knows that this is very powerful attack that and the threats that Richard is having.
Yeah, Richard is playing quite decent and competitive dynamic games with black. It's the second game. The previous one was against Pragg, where he did that knight takes d5, the amazing sacrifice, and that turned that game into victory. Yeah. So 2 more moves to make to reach to move 40. So, okay, there are some turn-off events in Nodirbek, Yakuboev's, and Javokhir Sindarov's game. Let's have a look at that, because here, after b4, white decided to take, okay, we have seen that moments. Queen e4, pawn to d5, giving up the pawn, queen takes d5, and we have seen this check, and black got that bishop, check, king to b8, strong move, and here we have seen queen e4 and exchange of the queens, slowing down the attack for both sides. Yeah, mostly for white, because white was going for rook to a8 next move. And yeah, rook to c1, close to checkmate. So queen to e4 exchange, and we have seen knight to g3, bishop b7, rook to e2. They're jumping quite to quite an equal game, but black is still pawn up. So maybe pawn up would be something where black would try to play for the win, because it feels like the end of those all harsh, you know, earlier on two dynamic positions. The game looks comparatively quite stable right now.
Yeah, the black might have more chances because of the time. Obviously, he has almost.
They reached move 42.
They have reached.
Yes,
40.
they passed move 40, so 30 minutes got added to their clock, although it's not shown on
It's
our.
not shown also on the
yes,
clock, yeah.
yet.
But the
yes.
thing is that in the open position like this, and king being in the center with two rooks on the board, 4 rooks in total, bishop is much stronger than the knight.
He takes
That will
upon.
be the only chance, but also if white is careful, we know that there is not
Rook
much.
takes the pawn.
Are they both smiling?
That's it. Yeah, they're both smiling. Yeah, what a game they are saying. You know, what kind of game did we reach from which game? You know,
Yeah.
Well, they had like the most dynamic game possible.
Yeah.
You know, and right now
Look at
it's
them.
yeah.
I don't know how actually they both survived in this position
Exactly.
with such an dynamic and crazy game that I had. And do you think there will be a draw offer, or they will be just?
No, I mean black would push a little. You know, black looks he's up a pawn, and it's a rook and a bishop against rook and a knight. So bishop is usually better in open games. Yeah. So black would try to do something, but at the same time, white's pawns looks quite decent, and maybe if f6, rook e7, some knight f5.
Once one of my friends who knows nothing about chess watched the game that I played, and she asked me how I'm not laughing.
About what exactly?
The whole situation. I think she just found it very funny. Look,
Yeah.
just couldn't stop laughing.
They are reanalyzing was there any better chance for either side, because yeah, the game was quite dynamic. I'm telling you, it's like the way of they reaching to this position from the previous position was quite.
But also, we don't know what is the story why they are laughing.
Yes.
Like we don't know, guys, why they are laughing. We just found it.
No, I mean, you see, there was a head shake as well. Yeah, it's like when you do head shake, it's like you calculate the lines and you are actually mentioning something on the chessboard. You know.
Really?
Yeah. It's like you're like realizing, yeah, okay, well, whatever, it is past. Whatever. Yeah.
But also they know each other quite well, right?
Finished,
so they have played in the same team for many years.
And yeah, I guess in our board that is on the background, we had a white piece extra, yeah, on that previously.
Yes, so Suryarov,
Muhammad
Zohid won the game against Ninja Tavatar. But okay, yeah, Jakubov has played 2 longest games yesterday and the other day. I really envy his energy level. Like he doesn't look very tired, and also the game he was having today was not the easiest game, obviously.
No, yeah.
Okay, they are now very serious.
So we have 2 boards remaining in the Masters tournament right now, and the one board is we are exploring, that is between Jakubov Nodirbek and Vachier Lagrave, and we have another board where Aravin playing against Richard Rapport. And we are at move 39. King g1 was played on the board after rook ef7. We can expect Richard getting his queen into the game. He's always maybe queen b6 check. Queen b6 looks.
Queen b6 check.
Queen b6 forced, and maybe queen f2, and then you go that for f1. Yeah. And then you get that. The line we are telling is after king h1, you go to queen here, and white
You want to
makes
take
any
queen
move
e1, queen
Yeah.
e1 and rook f1. You want to take queen f1 directly.
directly. Yes.
You want to play, I don't know, queen f3 check, just as a move that also exists.
Yes, and I guess Richard knows about this line, and he's calculating what if rook goes back to c1, because that's how you protect against queen f1 or queen e1, and he's taking his time to think how he's gonna convert this game. Because at the same time, the good news for him is white doesn't have much moves and just stay back. Yeah. So in the meantime, he can even kind of use his rook to get it into the game, going to rook to f3. Do you know the idea why you want to get to rook to f3, Katie? You want to go to rook to h3, and the way you want to get there is go to knight f4.
Oh my goodness, look at all the pieces, look at symmetric. Let's make a move a4 here to show it on the board.
And knight to f4.
Knight to f4. All the white pieces
All
on
the white pieces.
on the back ring, and all the black pieces on the f-file.
Yes.
Looks beautiful.
So yeah. But turns out this exact line is not ideal. It wasn't like the engine because of in between rook c2 move, which white can make. So in the meantime, it turns out after rook f3, black has to make some kind of another stable move, like maybe b6, fixing any
He's going
progression.
to play, and he goes queen to d7.
Queen to d7. Oh, quite an interesting. He's going after h3 pawn. Queen to d7 was mentioned as a mistake by computer, but it has definitely some aggressive ideas in it. Yeah. The last move was king to g1, which means it let go of h3 pawn. So he's going after h3 pawn. And king cannot go back and protect because you're gonna have black's gonna have rook f2 check to kick the king out again. So for that reason, the only way you can protect this pawn would be either protecting it with rook g4 or pushing the pawn, which is another bad idea, which you let the queen to get to h3. So rook to g4 would stop the queen's direction completely. So here the challenge for Aravin is to figure out the move of rook to g4. That is stopping the queen to get to h3. And they are at move 39 right now, and we are reaching at move 40 after queen to d7 right now. It's white's turn to make move number 40.
Yeah, I don't know if it's only this tournament or like I have noticed that a lot of chess players are drinking water during the game.
Yeah, it's quite natural actually, getting hydrated, being hydrated all the time.
I've not seen so much of like bottles or like the moments of drinking at the events. And I'm just so curious because I know that a lot of players in the rapids especially, they just don't drink anything because then basically you can't have any restroom break.
Yes, you're playing really fast games. Here it's classical, you can take your time. Even there were some times where I myself or my brother, where we brought 1 liter or even 1.5 liter, bottle of water.
For a chess tournament?
Really? For one game, Yes.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
And counting players as well, more or less, they're drinking that amount of water right now. Yeah, it's sometimes not the even first bottle, and we have seen even the video of Pragg, with 2 bottles on his hand.
Holding in one hand.
Yes, on one. Yeah.
Yes, that's true.
And yeah, right now, although camera is not in me, there were several times I myself as well drinking the water. Yeah.
Yeah, you're drinking a lot.
I mean, in this kind of summer season, you're getting hydrated means your also blood is kind of flowing in a kind of more stable way. Otherwise, you would feel a bit, tired and a bit, just even drinking water is to some extent, it's increasing your energy.
Yeah.
And keeping you a bit fresh. Maybe I can add on it.
Because during the game, you don't really need to get too much of caffeine or too much of sugar as well. And yeah, it helps the brain to think fast as well. All right, the game between Yakubov and Sindarov, we do have a few more moves. We can maybe check that.
Let's have a look. Oh, so we did reach this position? Wow. I was just saying earlier on, maybe there is a potential to reach that position and just drawing the arrows all around. And okay, well, there was a rook e7 move, rook going to here, and then exchange, rook to e8, knight to f5, bishop hitting that knight and going after.
Are they still laughing? Look at them.
Yeah, they're still laughing around. Because still, I mean, precision is still needed by both sides, I would say. It's not that clear. Or
What if I take the bishop d5 was the final move, or
no, the rook a5 was the final move.
so if I take,
It looks like
take,
white is managing for a draw, and he's going with king again for h6 pawn. Wow. So, or just rook going back in
yeah,
h5
black king is so far from the
game.
all the
Yeah.
actions, and you don't stop rook f6 happening next move,
Yes.
right? You cannot move your rook away, so it's gonna be a draw.
What a wild game. If I okay,
He's
he just takes.
Takes.
And we can probably see rook just taking. Yeah, we can definitely see. Yeah, the rook takes e7. Yeah, isn't
King goes on
Arjun
f2.
king goes to f2.
And any move?
Rook f6.
Will smash.
And
Rook
yeah,
f6 is pretty much a free move.
pretty much. If h5, then back to rook f5. But in a bullet game, I would still kind of consider the pre-move because in a bullet game, you have one strategy of pre-moving your opponents, you know, the pre-move, you kind of outsmart it. Yeah.
Rook e6, yeah? To wait for rook e6.
Yes. And the most common one is when, because I told you I'm a fianchetto player, I play those g6 moves. I have seen several of my opponents go bishop h6, expecting my
You
bishop.
just take it, yeah?
Yeah, but sometimes I actually do pre-move bishop g7, and then I'm like, opponent comes bishop g6 and comes.
Oh no, and you look bishop, you look rook. It was rook as well.
Yes. So sometimes players do take a risk. Sometimes I fall into it. Sometimes I'm like, once I fall into it, I'm like careful, you know.
Yeah.
The next time.
So out of 10 games, how many times you're falling for the?
Maybe 2 to 3, I would say. Yeah, still, yeah.
Oh, wow.
But I'm getting 7 to 8 victories, but I still kind of.
Yeah. They have agreed on a draw.
They agreed on a draw. Yeah.
The game was interesting. The game was nothing but equal. It was everything but equal position or draw, but they actually played best moves possible. And of course, they will analyze the game together. It was very nice. I don't think any of the side has missed the chances. I think they both played the best game.
Yes. It was it started quite steady and then went quite dynamic and transformed to quite steady. And after reaching
to the something funny.
Yes,
they laughed. And
they're like saying, what a draw, you know.
I really wonder
what a draw.
They're probably friends and they probably have some like inside jokes that we don't know. The game that remains in the Masters is Richard Draper and Aravin. They have just reached 40 moves. Now Richard has to also make the final move.
Yeah, it turns out the last move made by Aravin was a bit inaccurate. So queen to d3. I mean,
I wonder what happens after queen f3.
Queen takes h3.
Sorry, queen takes h3.
Queen takes h3. Yeah, you cannot take that knight on d5 because black is threatening f1 rook as well. You're protecting, and Aravin's idea is probably going to rook h4 and letting that pawn be taken so that he can have counterattack on black's king. Yeah.
So, or maybe even like where the queen goes, because knight is hanging on d5.
Yes, there is the only place to look to h5.
Okay.
And now if queen straight, the game is like manageable with white. Yeah. Just Aravin's idea is going for and managing that queen trade. If he can get those queens traded, he's surviving. And Richard Robert is about to make a move, and of course, probably he knows that taking wouldn't be ideal queen trade, and he goes for rook to f3, ideal move that is hitting the queen, and then the next move you can take queen h3 comfortably. Yeah. Because now you're removing the queen from defending that, but okay, queen goes to e2, still maintaining defense, but now you can just take that. If rook goes to h4, you can even just take.
G3.
Yeah.
Yep. This is the final game of the Masters. Rest of the games has been already finished, and so far we do have 2 draws and 2 decisive results. Now we're taking a break, and when we are back, we will be focusing on this game, obviously, and also we do have several more games in the Challengers in progress, so we're gonna take a look at that too. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back shortly. And here we are back. This is round 8 at the UzChess Cup 2025. We have on the board Vachier-Lagrave with black pieces. He is facing his opponent and the leader of the tournament, Nicolas Theodori from Greece. Yesterday we had this same scenario when Ivanchuk was playing the endgame and very tense game, but in this case Ivanchuk is the side who has the advantage and potentially winning position.
Yeah, he has 3 pawns and white has 2 pawns, but the game is still complex because pawns are on the different side of the board. White has 2 pawns on the queen side, while black has 3 pawns on the queen side. And both of the players are in the time trouble. And
Rook a4 has been just played, offering the rook trade. You cannot trade the rooks, obviously, because black's king is too far. King to g5 has been played, and Ivanchuk is certain that if the rook trade happens, he is in better situation and the position is winning, because we know that king can stop 2 pawns.
yes, he is
Connected
going
pawns,
after
but
pawns.
black has 3 connected pawns, and there will be winning theme for him. So king g5 is on the board. White has to move the rook away, not to trade rook, and start to push the pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, he just moved the king away to make a space, to make a room for his pawn. Just go and advance.
Actually, we had very interesting moments in this endgame. Maybe we don't have that much time, but we can see what happened from move 37. That's when all the action started.
So that's where kind of exchanges, and black had an extra pawn, but then we have seen, okay, rook going to a8 over on the board. Ivanchuk is thinking, so rook e5, which was a bit inaccurate move, after which rook just went back, rook c3, and rook c3 is so smart, you're trying to push d2 next move. And rook e5 back, d2 happened, and rook to d3, brilliantly saving the pawn on time.
If you take this rook, then I promote the pawn, and also I just tried to promote pawn myself. So you are pretty much forced to play king to d1 in that position, followed by rook to d4, chasing the pawns on the king side. And here black started to take the pawns one by one, and we ended up in that position where black actually managed to clean up all the king sides, and white has extra pawns on the queen side. And now the question is, who will be the first and who will be the fast? G3 has been played. Rook to G8 check. King has to go on H4 to save the pawn. I like the fact that black has cutted the king from all the action. Rook f4 is so well placed. If now white goes with a4, a5, and so on, black's idea here is very simple: to play king to h3, king to h2, and g2 to promote the pawn. Yeah, this is actually quite easy task for Ivanchuk to solve, right?
Okay, so king to e3 is on the board. Here's a move of just playing rook to g4. His pawn is pushy. If rook g4, if trade happens, king takes, and if you go a4, king to h3, and then pawn is
faster.
Just fast.
And same with the king e2, you cannot really be on time.
Yes.
King e2, you have king h3 and king h2.
And otherwise, if no trade, it's just g2, g1.
Yeah, he's calculating here, here, here. Yes.
And he goes,
going for it.
G4.
I like how he's making the correct moves, that he knows that's the correct move, and very carefully And Nicolas Theodor is also the player who had an amazing tournament. He has scored 4 victories and made 3 draws. And if he loses this one, it will be his first defeat in the tournament. And
so
here we have
there is a trade. Rook takes g4. White takes, black's rook. King takes. And
I think king e2 maybe?
king h3 and king h2.
Yeah.
Just
we had a deep breath from Nicolas. Not much of the hopes here.
Yes. He just kind of played the move because he's running out of the time on his clock as well. There is not much to think.
So for Ivanchuk, no matter what, he has to play king to h3. So this is pretty much the pre-move for him.
Yes. Okay. b4, king
g2 would be a blunder.
Yes, king f2 and king g1. He might stop, but king to h3 is such a simple and stable win. He has a time to think right now, and he makes a move. King to h3 on the board.
King h3, the most accurate move. Followed by g2.
g2, g1, queen. You cannot stop it.
You can't stop it.
So
we might have a resignation any moment in this game.
Exactly. So he's running out of time as well. Yeah, there is nothing much left. And Nicolas Theodorou resigns the game and congratulates his opponent with victory. Yeah.
Yep, we have seen quite nice 2 games of Ivanchuk.
And Ivanchuk is playing against those leaders quite very decently earlier on, just on the previous rounds. He played against Andrew Hong, who was leading the tournament, and he beat him. And with black colors, I have to add that detail as well. He's beating those leaders with black colors, and today he played with black as well.
Yeah, wow, this is nice to see. Him at his best shape. Coming back to the only live game that we have in the Masters, we have Richard Rapport playing his best game, one of the best game in this tournament, and Aravin trying to defeat to defense. We have Ivanchuk joining the game.
So they reached already move 40, so they got 30 minutes added to the clock, and so right now Richard Rapport is thinking, is there any forced line he can go on which he would just win simply? He is calculating the most forced line on this variation, that is rook takes g3 right now. He's into consideration of takes because we know queen cannot block because the rook will drop, and after king h1 there is rook to f2. But the thing is, although it's a checkmate, maybe white can still do his final tries with these checks. That is what Rapport Richard is considering, because after g6 there's a chance of queen e7 and some kind of checkmating ideas. But lucky for him, he can go king to g8, and he's making the move, and he's taking rook to g3.
A brilliant
move on the board.
Knight takes g3, queen takes g3.
Takes, king to h1, and we can expect rook to f2 right now, because at the end of the line, he is surviving with rook f8 move. Let me show it one more time. Rook to f2, queen to e8, king to h7.
Yes, and he's going for it.
He does rook f2 on the board.
He's going for it.
Queen to e8, king to h7, queen to a4, pawn to g6. Okay, let's make it on the board. Queen to e4, pawn to g6, queen to e7 check, knight to e7, takes, and king goes to g8, ready to get the rook back. After rook d8, rook f8.
Nice, nice one.
He calculated around 5 minutes to find out the move of rook to g3. He was just double checking. I think rook g3 is the first thing he saw. He's like, I know, but what it's leading to, am I winning? And does black have any counter ideas? Am I missing something? He's double checking, and we see the resignation. We see the handshake.
All right. So such a great day. Every single day is more and more exciting. I feel very sad that this tournament will end tomorrow because we have seen the best chess possible. We have seen brilliances, we have seen sacrifices, we have seen blunders, upsets, absolutely everything. So let's summarize the day. Today we had 3 decisive results and 2 draws. The first game that ended was Jan Nepomniachtchi, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. That makes Abdusattorov keep in the leader's position. At this point, he has 5.5, and the closest person to him is Sindarov Javohir with 5 points. Sindarov, on the other hand, also made a draw against Yakubov Nodirbek. Then in the list, we do have Praggnanandhaa now joining Arjun Erigaisi, and he has 4.5 points. Then we have Parham, who had a bit of upsetting game and a defeat today against his opponent. Vohidov Shamsedin, and the game that we have seen in the end, Aravin versus Rapport Richard, was beautiful. Another masterpiece from Richard Hood.
Richard Hood, wow.
I hope he doesn't mind that name.
Yes. No, that Richard Hood is kind of one cool rapper, Richard, you know, because the moment he became, he came with a hoodie.
Yeah.
Yes, and I was already kind of impressed, that I'm gonna see something different from him. I can, there is the kind of some term called aura, you can feel his aura, the moment he was like with a hoodie on, and the moment he was concentrating with the full face covered, it's like he's
kind of looks like a
something deep, brilliant, and then you're kind of getting your way back.
Exactly.
And he's getting his way back, by the way. He got 2 victories and 1 draw in the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, in the Challengers tournament, we do have Nicolas Theodoros, 5.5 points, still leading the event, even though he just got defeated by Ivanchuk. Then we do have 2 players coming up with 5 points, Muhyiddin Madaminov and Vitaly Sivuk. And then we do have Vasil Ivanchuk with 4.5 points. Anything can happen in the last round.
Anything.
We don't know yet who will win any of this tournament.
Still very close,
But all we know is that we're starting tomorrow early at 11 a.m. Local time. So thank you very much for being with us today. And we will see you tomorrow. You don't want to miss the last round of this amazing tournament, UzChess Cup 2025. It's final goodbye from us, and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Thank you.